national anthem performed by Overtone Sierra Leone. Leading are Rafael Farama, Daniel Cisse, Linancy Biraka Kamara, Lucy Imbayo, and Lucy Bondo. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Strengthening Families Conference Day 2, hosted by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in partnership with the Office of the First Lady, Her Most Distinguished Excellency, Dr. Fatima Madabio. And now for the opening ceremony.
Good morning, SFC family. After a groundbreaking day 1, filled with passion, perspective, and purpose, we welcome you back to day 2 of the Strengthening Families Conference 2025. Yesterday, we heard the heartbeat of this conference, that families are the foundation of every thriving nation. Today, we go deeper. From impactful panel discussions to our powerful exhibition spaces, from keynote insights to community engagement strategies. This is where inspiration becomes implementation. Together, we are laying bricks of legacy, building not just for today, but for generations to come. And so, with open minds, ready hearts, and willing hands, we declare Day 2 of SFC 2025 officially open. Let's build stronger families together.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Strengthening Families Conference Day 2! Come on, put your hands together. Oh goodness. And of course, my beautiful, most talented, scrumptious, delicious co-host, the amazing Phoebus Wheel. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, celebrate her.
Good morning, everyone. The weather is lovely today, and it's so good to see all of you making the atmosphere feel very warm and receptive. You all look lovely, by the way. Thanks for coming looking so beautiful and handsome. And welcome to Day 2
of the Strengthening Families Conference. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed, a special round of applause for our most distinguished First Lady, Her Excellency, Dr. Fatima Madabio. Love you, Mama.
Not to brag, but let's welcome you, the foreigners, to the home of the current chairman of ECOWAS,
Hey!
to the home of the president of OFLAD, Nawibo Salon. Square your shoulders. As a proud Sierra Leonean, welcome, welcome, welcome.
Welcome. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, without wasting any time, we are going to start on today's program. Of course, we would like for you to know that by attending this program and by you being here, you have consented for us to use your images and videos for our publications. Without wasting any time, opening prayer, Phoebe.
We would like to invite to deliver the opening prayer this morning, Alhaji Sheikh Abubakar Conte, the City Imam, Freetown, Sierra Leone. Please let's welcome Alhaji Sheikh Abubakar Conte for the opening prayer. As he comes up today, we would like to respectfully, nicely, and kindly ask all our distinguished speakers to kindly do us the honor of sticking within the time allocated to your statement. Thank you very much. We know today's Friday and we respect our Muslim colleagues who would have to go for prayer.
Let us pray. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. All praise is due to Allah, Lord of the world, the master of creation, whose knowledge encompasses everything, and who directs the hearts of his devoted servant to the pursuit of higher achievement. We praise you, Lord, with the best of praises, and we thank you with the best of devotion for sparing our lives and health to be present here this morning to continue with the assignment we started yesterday. We humbly pray, Allah, that you bless the organizers of this significant historical event. And Lord, all of us present here with your abundance of grace and bounteous favors. We thank you, Allah, for granting your traveling mercies to all our international participants. We pray, Lord, you bless them with the same on their way back to their different locations after the end of this our conference. We glorify your holy name, Allah. You are the Mujib, the responder to all call of your servants. We pray that, Lord, you bless our gifts and all blessings associated with your name to locate the organizers this conference. You are the Muwadud, the loving. Bless us with your love and the love of all good actions that bring us closer to your love. Lord, we commit this, our second sitting, into your divine capable hands. You are the Nim al-Mawla, the Nim al-Nasir. You are the best to help and the best to protect. May all our discussions on this very significant theme of this conference be translated into positive actions. Allahumma barik lana واجعل مجتمعنا هذا المجتمع نسوحا واجعل تفرقنا بعده تفرقا معصوما برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. بارك لنا في دولتنا سيرا واجعلها دولة ناجحا مثمرا برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. Our Excellency, the First Lady of the Republic, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in reciting Al-Fatiha. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. الرحمن الرحيم. مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم. صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين.
Thank you very much, Alhaji Sheikh Abubakar Kante, for leading us through the opening prayer. Now that we've called on the presence of God, invited His presence with us in day 2 of the Strengthening Families Conference, we would like to invite for the opening remarks Sheikh Ibrahim Bari. He is the National Secretary General for Supreme Islamic Council, Sierra Leone. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome Sheikh Ibrahim Bari for the opening remarks.
And as he's coming on stage, we'd like to also welcome all the dignitaries, all the excellencies, the government representatives, NGO representatives, and key representatives from the church organizing this program. God bless you and have a wonderful time.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وأصحابه ومن والاه. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most peaceful. Peace and blessing be upon our noble Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Your Excellency, the First Lady of the Republic of Sierra Leone, honorable members of parliament and government ministers, and traditional leaders and religious leaders, our distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. It is with deep appreciation I would like to commend the Office of the First Lady and the LDS Church for organizing this wonderful event. In Islam, the family is considered the cornerstone of society and the nation. Therefore, a program like this is highly appreciated, especially from the Islamic point of view. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this conference is well grounded in Islam. In Islam, as I said, the family is the nucleus of society. And when the family is reformed, the society will make progress and prosper. But when it collapses, the society is paralyzed and doomed. May God forbid that. The family in Islam, and I would like to emphasize the definition of a family, because we are now witnessing new ideologies, new theories, new definitions of family. The definition of a family in Islam consists of the father and the mother, or the husband and wife, or a male and female. It is mentioned abundantly in the Holy Quran that we as human beings, we are created from a male and a female. وَمِنْ آيَاتِهِ أَنْ خَلَقَ لَكُم مِّنْ أَنفُسِكُمْ أَزْوَاجًا وَجَعَلَ بَيْنَكُم مَّوَدَّةً وَرَحْمَةً يَا أَيُّهَا النَّاسُ اتَّقُوا رَبَّكُمْ الذي خلقكم من نفس واحدة وخلق منها زوجها وبث منهما رجالا كثيرا ونساء. Allah said, and it is many in the Quran, fear your God, your Lord, who created you from one soul, that is Adam. We are the children of Adam. And from Adam, he created Hawa, a female. And from Adam and Hawa, he created all of us. So therefore, we would like to emphasize on this definition of a family. Family is a combination between a male and a female. There is no he, she, or she, he, as we are now faced with ideologies that is anti-religious. Also, the theme of the conference, strengthening families, I would like to emphasize that there is no adversarial conflict between male and female in Islam. There is no animosity between male and female. Therefore, Islam honors women. Islam gives them full respect and full dignity and full protection. In fact, this phrase 50-50, in some cases in Islam, it is 90-10, 90 for women, 10% for men. It's more than 50-50. For example, in a marital relationship, it is the male that should be responsible for almost 70%. It is the male that will go and ask for the female, first of all. It is not free. That is to show that this woman is protected. She has dignity. You can't just walk into her. You have to go and ask for her. And you have to pay a dowry. It's not a price, but it's a gesture of respect. It's a gesture and to confirm that you don't own this woman. This is the marital aspect of the dignity of women. And in Islam, there is a whole chapter called after women, Surah An-Nisa. The third longest chapter in the Quran is called after Surah An-Nisa. There is no Surah Al-Rijal, there is no chapter for men. And there is a chapter called after Maryam, Sayyida Maryam, the mother of Jesus Christ. A whole chapter just to emphasize the respect and the dignity and empowerment of women. We are talking about, she's already empowered in Islam. Now, the most disturbing aspect of marital life is divorce. There is a whole chapter in the Quran about divorce to protect a woman before the divorce, during the divorce period, and after the divorce period. I'll mention a few examples. Before you divorce your wife, there are steps that you have to take. You have to talk to her, you have to advise her, you have to talk to her parents, for example, her guardians, if she is not behaving well to you. And also, you have to avoid her in bed for 3 months, for example, just to make her feel that you are not happy. This is before the divorce. Before you file, I can see my colleague, the lawyer here, before you go you file divorce papers. Okay, and even when you divorce your wife, Islam said there is a waiting period for 3 months or 3 menstrual period. She has to be under your care. You have to look after her, you have to feed her, you have to clothe her for 3 months or 3 menstrual period. That 3 months is an opportunity to reconcile, to change positions, to allow mediation to come in. And if you pass away during that menstrual period, she has the right to inherit you, by the way. And divorce is allowed to recall her back after the 3 months. If you still don't reconcile and you change your mind, you have to go and, in our language, you have to put kola for her back for like her. It's not an extension. She's not free. So you can do it 1, you can do it 2, you can do it 3 times only. Islam says no, it's enough. You are an abuser. You cannot keep on divorcing, recalling, divorcing. There's something wrong with you. She's allowed to marry another woman. You cannot marry her anymore until she marries another man, sorry. So there's so many protection which we can put on the empowerment of women. Now, when a husband passes away, she is given a period to mourn that loss, that grief, for 4 months and 10 days, just to allow her to gather herself, to be in a mourning position, and she has the right to inherit the husband, contrary to our tradition that the brothers will come and uncles. No, she has the right to inherit her husband's property. And after that mourning period, no younger brother or elder brother will come and say, I want to marry you. If she says no, it is no. You cannot inherit your brother's wife. You have to marry, you have to apply. Because of time, I want to go to how can we strengthen the families. Number 1, through piety. Let us go back to our religious values. Let us teach our children, religious values, like honesty, like love and care, compassion, justice. Justice not only for the judiciary. Justice is for all of us. Do justice in your family. Don't discriminate against your children. Also, pray to the to Almighty Allah to safeguard your family, to strengthen your family. Prophet Abraham did that for his family. He prayed for him to get a son, and he prayed for his family. And finally, I want to mention about a disturbing phenomena about this sexuality. We all know, maybe some of us, Alfred Charles Kinsey from the Indiana State University. He is attributed to be the father of this gender and sexuality concept, which is contrary to our teachings and our beliefs. A whole city, Sodom and Gomorrah, were destroyed because of their sexuality, their sexual behavior that they used to perform. It is in the Quran, it is in the Bible. So Alfred Charles Kinsey, who developed the Kinsey scale from 0 to 6, he was a Christian. He abandoned his Christianity, which is good. He's free to believe whatever he believes. But we as religious people, we are not bound to believe in the Kinsey scale or the Kinsey's ideology. It's up to him. He said 0 is exclusive heterosexual and 6 is exclusively homosexual. And most of us are between 1 and 5. So please, this is an individual who has passed away. He came with his theory. We have our religion. We have our values. Let us stick to our values. And I want to thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Well, thank you very much, Sheikh Ibrahim Barry, for that opening remarks. Very powerful. Distinguished guests, would I ask that you kindly turn your attention to the screen for a quick video, Succeeding in School.
In every child lies a seed of greatness. But true success in school is more than just passing exams. It's about growing in faith, building confidence, and preparing for a future guided by Jesus Christ. The Succeed in School program, a Christ-centered, learner-focused initiative of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, is helping youth across West Africa rise academically, spiritually, and emotionally. Here, learning is an act of faith. Students pray for help, receive guidance, and testify of how gospel principles are transforming their lives, inside and outside the classroom. And for some, like Ishmael Sharif Conte from Sierra Leone, the journey is nothing short of miracles. A visually impaired young boy from Sierra Leone who, even though not born blind, had to deal with this reality in a very devastating and heartbreaking way. While adjusting to his new reality, Ishmael accepted an invitation to attend seminary and Succeed in School classes in September 2024. This later became a life changer. He said, "Even when I couldn't see anymore, I never stopped learning. Seminary and Succeed in School gave me hope." Despite losing his sight, Ishmael recorded and transcribed each lesson with determination. When his recorder failed, he still showed up, guided by love, faith, and the strength of the Spirit. From Accra to Abuja, Freetown to Kumasi, leaders are nurturing minds and shaping testimonies with patience, creativity, and love.
In our class, we don't just teach lessons, we build hope. When our youth believes in the Lord and in themselves, there is nothing they cannot achieve.
This program is a light. I've seen youths who doubted themselves, leading prayer, studying hard, and helping others in class. It's more than succeeding in school. It's succeeding in life.
We have seen real change, not just in test scores, but in testimonies. Every child that enters our class lives with more than knowledge. They live with love, courage, and a deeper connection to Jesus Christ.
Coming to Succeed in School has really helped me greatly. It has helped me how to manage my time in school and also having scripture studies, remembering to pray every day, studying my scriptures to learn, grow closer to Jesus Christ.
This program is transforming communities, one youth, one testimony at a time. The gospel is at the center of it all.
Week after week, lesson by lesson, these youth become better students, kinder friends, and stronger disciples. They carry light into their homes and communities. Thank you to every leader and volunteer. Your faith is planting seeds that will bless generations.
Friends, day 2, and we're taking it step by step. Just to remind you, this event is brought to you courtesy of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in partnership with the Office of the First Lady. And now, we have a wonderful, wonderful speaker who's a young lady, who's an emerging gender advocate. And she's rising, she's rising with so many potential locked in this young lady. And without wasting time, ladies and gentlemen, Phoebe.
We present to you
Grace
Ada Brown.
Brown.
Please put your hands together for our young speaker. Oh, to the strangers, she's wearing the uniform of the School of the First Lady.
Good morning, Her Excellency, the First Lady, Dr. Fatima Madabio, invited guests, church leaders, brothers and sisters in Christ, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I am Grace Ada Brown, the head girl of St. Joseph's Senior Secondary School, and I'm honored to speak at the Strengthening Families Conference 2025, organized with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. We gather here today with a shared purpose to uplift and fortify our families, the cornerstone of our communities and society at large. Today, I speak on a subject that lies at the very heart of both the church and the society. I stand to speak about something so ordinary yet powerful, something that shapes who we are before the world meets us. The first place we learn to love, to pray, to forgive, and to work in the fear of the Lord. The family is the first classroom, the first place of love, the first place of discipline, and the first place we learn to believe in ourselves and in others. It is no longer an exaggeration to say that the strength of a nation depends on the strength of its families. But let's be honest. Today, families are facing more pressure than ever. Broken homes, absent parents, rise in divorce rates, economic hardship, social media distraction, especially digital space, and even the loss of values have shaken the very foundation of family life. Strengthening families is not just a personal duty. It is a social responsibility and a national investment. When families are strong, society thrives. When they are weak or broken, communities suffer. In today's fast-changing world, where modern pressure threatens the bond that holds families together, we must return to the core pillars that build long-lasting unity, which are faith, love, forgiveness, respect, and shared joyful moments. It is important to understand what triggers these challenges and explore practical solutions to overcome them. As we continue the discussion on strengthening families, I would like to share my own family experience because that is truly where my journey and understanding began. I come from a warm, extended family, a family where love is spoken, gratitude is taught, and prayer is our daily foundation. Growing up, I was taught not just to exist in a family, but to belong, to care, to share, and to be present for one another. My parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, cousins, and siblings, they all played a role in shaping who I am. From a young age, I was guided through prayer, not as a religious practice, but as a way of life. We pray before we start our day, we pray when we're grateful, and we pray when we're unsure. That spiritual habit has kept me grounded, calm in the middle of storms, and grateful in moments of joy. I remember how my late grandfather always reminded me the power of simple words. He often said to me, "Grace, always show love and gratitude when someone does you good." He would remind me to always say, "Thank you very much, I love you." I also remember how my late grandmother always reprimanded me with scriptures, especially when I didn't want to study. She always used to quote Proverbs 22, verse 29, which says, "Seest thou a man diligent in his business, he shall stand before kings, he shall not stand before mean men." It is from this background that I speak today, not as someone who has all the answers, but as someone who has seen and experienced beauty and strength of a family. And I believe that if we can build more families like this, we can build a better world. So the question we must all ask ourselves today: how do we strengthen the family, which is the fundamental unit of the society? I'd like to talk about 4 pillars that can help us to strengthen our families. Permit me to start with faith and love. When faith and love comes together, a home becomes a safe space, a place where people are accepted, encouraged, and supported. It becomes a place where problems are prayed about and people are loved through their struggles. Faith gives the family a spiritual anchor. It brings peace in difficult times, direction in confusion, and hope when things feel uncertain. Love is the language that binds us together as families. It is expressed in our words, our actions, and our attitude towards one another. Love is patient and kind. It seeks to understand rather than judge. Children who feel love at home are more likely to succeed in school, make better decisions, and develop healthy relationships. Therefore, we must all strive to create an atmosphere where love is abundant and unconditional. We can also strengthen the family through hard work. Hard work is essential in every aspect of life, including the family life. It teaches us the value of perseverance, responsibility, and dedication. When we work together as a family, whether in household chores, projects, or shared goals, we build resilience and character. Let us instill a strong ethic in our children, showing them that success often comes from effort and determination. Celebrate achievements, whether big or small, and encourage a mindset that embraces challenges as opportunities for growth. Lastly, recreational activities. Let us not forget the importance of wholesome recreational activities. In our busy lives, it is vital to carve out time for fun and relaxation. Recreation is not just about leisure. It is an opportunity to connect, laugh, and enjoy each other's company. So let's go back to family dinners, works in the evening, games on weekends, and real conversation without screens. Let us prioritize these moments of joy as they are the thread that weave our family together. Now, how can we preserve and protect the family? Issues like poor communication, domestic violence, financial stress, and breakdown of values hinders the strength of families. Therefore, we must support parents in programs that teach life skills, conflict resolution, and child development. Promote family-friendly policies in workplaces, such as flexible hours and parental leave. Encourage community centers to host family counseling, education, and recreational activities. And lastly, empower families economically by supporting access to education and healthcare. Let me end by reminding us all that in every nation, behind every great leader, and within every strong community, there is one foundation, the family. When families are strong, children grow with confidence, love is passed from one generation to another, and faith becomes the light that guides us through life's darkest moments. But strong families do not happen by accident. They are built through daily love, intentional time, forgiveness, respect, and above all, faith in God. Let us make a choice today to speak kindly, to pray together, to listen more, and to love deeper. Let us advocate for policies and actions that protect and empower the family as the fundamental unit of society. Because when we strengthen our families, we build a stronger community, a brighter future, and a better world. Love, faith, and unity. These are the roots of every strong family. It starts with you, it starts with me, it starts at home. Thank you. I'd like to use this opportunity to call on my friends who would love to perform a dance contribution in honor of the First Lady. Please help me welcome the Elite Musical Group.
Ladies and gentlemen, please let it be louder as a motivation to these brilliant kids who would be entertaining you.
Now I feel can be bigger, bigger, stronger, stronger, harder, harder. Yes, I can be.
See, I can be anything I want to be. All I have to do is put my mind to it, and I can do it. So what I want you to do is put your fist in the sky and say it with me.
I can be bigger, bigger, stronger, stronger, harder, harder. Yes, I can be bigger, bigger, stronger, stronger, harder, harder. Yes, I can be bigger, bigger, stronger, stronger, harder, harder. Yes, I can be bigger, bigger, stronger, stronger, harder, harder. Yes, I can be. I can be. I can be.
Okay, so I cannot believe that's all the applause these kids would be getting after that brilliant performance. Thank you, Thomas, for your brilliant work with the girls. And he's just telling me, First Lady, apparently the youngest child here, you have a picture with her when she was 6 months old. Nine don't big so. Time flies, eh? Right. I am sure you enjoyed that performance, and this is the contribution we should all be making, raising our kids well, because well-raised kids become well-behaved adults in society. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to a very important part of the program. I would like to invite the General Authority 70, President, Africa West, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let us warmly welcome Elder Alfred Kyungu, who would be delivering the keynote this morning. Please keep it going louder until he gets here. He is the General Authority 70 and the President, Africa West.
Your Excellency, Dr. Fatima Mada Bio, First Lady of the Republic of Sierra Leone, distinguished guests, paramount chiefs, leaders, and members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, good morning. Allow me to call you brothers and sisters because we are all brothers and sisters. First of all, we would like to express our sincere gratitude and appreciation to each of you, starting from the office of Her Excellency, the First Lady, to all of you for your presence, your contribution, your support, your help, your counsels for the success of this big event. We also extend heartfelt thanks to those working behind the scenes that we don't see, but the impact of your service has been felt. Accept our thanks. It is a great honor and privilege to speak with you today about the delicate but very important subject, one that is essential to the strength of our families and the well-being of our society. I'm talking about protecting our children. Let me begin with a story. It's a really short story. Just a few weeks ago, in the US state of California, a 5.2 magnitude earthquake shook the ground. It was not extremely destructive, but it frightened both people and animals. One remarkable reaction came from a group of elephants at the Santiago Zoo. When the earth started to tremble, some adult elephants who had been grazing peacefully rushed together to form a protective circle around the young elephant calves. They faced outward, ready to defend their young from any threat. Only after they sensed that the danger has passed did they slowly return to normal, allow to the calves to move freely again. Is not that both fascinating and meaningful? The instinct to protect the young runs deep across many species, from birds to lions to elephants, and of course, to human beings. In each case, the strongest surround and defend the most vulnerable. Why is it so? Because nature understands a powerful truth. Protecting the young is essential to the survival of the community. Our children are, without question, among the greatest gifts we have. They represent our hope, our future, and the continuation of our homes, cultures, and nations. But more importantly, they are not just our children, they are God's children. He has entrusted them to us, and we have a sacred duty to care for and protect them. How we treat them, teach them, guide them, and invest in them will shape who they become and will determine the future strength of our families and the society. So, what do we mean when we talk about child protection? It is not just about reacting to danger like the elephant did. It is about creating homes and communities where children can grow and thrive physically, emotionally, and spiritually. So today I would like to focus on two key areas where families can help protect their children. Physical safety, that's one, and emotional well-being. These two are closely connected, and both are vital for a child's overall health and happiness. Let's begin with physical well-being, especially in the area of discipline. Children are deeply shaped by their early experiences. What they see and feel at home influences how they see themselves and how they treat others. In many parts of the world, including West Africa, discipline is strongly tied to values like respect, obedience, and social order. Physical punishment is sometimes viewed as necessary to raise responsible adults, and many who were raised with this way have grown up without lasting harm. But today, we understand more than ever that harsh discipline can hurt a child's emotional development. Studies show that children who are often physically punished may obey, but they also may learn fear, insecurity, and silence. There is a Bible verse often quoted, "Spare the rod and spoil the child." Many take this to mean that children must be beaten to be properly corrected. But let's look at it more deeply and closely. In biblical times, the rod referred to a shepherd's tool, not a weapon. A shepherd used the rod to guide gently, to protect, and to keep the sheep on the right path. It was a symbol of care, not violence. So to spare the rod doesn't mean failing to beat a child. It means failing to guide and correct them with love. Proper discipline is not about punishment, it is about loving guidance. Children need structure and boundaries. And the best discipline teaches not just what is right, but why it is right. So children learn to make good choices even when no one is watching. In this way, discipline becomes a form of protection, protecting children from the consequences of bad decisions and from harmful behavior. And in turn, it protects them from unnecessary physical punishment. About emotional and psychological safety, just as children need to be protected physically, they also need emotional and psychological safety. Children should feel that home is the safest place in the world, not just where they eat and they sleep, but where they feel loved, heard, and safe to express themselves. This means speaking with them with kindness, even when correcting them. It means listening to their thoughts and concerns. It means being careful about what we say about them in front of others. And it means creating a home where they can share their feelings without fear or being ignored or shamed. So to protect a child emotionally is to protect their sense of worth, to help them feel loved for who they are and not just what they do. Physical and emotional protection are not separated. They go hand in hand. A child who is well fed but lives in fear is not truly safe. And a child who is loved but in physical danger is still at risk. True protection sees the child as a whole person, body, mind, and spirit, and care for all parts together. So sadly, not all children are protected at home. Some suffer from terrible abuse, sexual violences, child labor, neglect, hunger, abandonment, and exploitation. These children need more than loving parent. They need a loving community. Children rely entirely on adults for food, safety, love, identity, and the truth. If the very people who are supposed to protect them become the source of their pain, they have nowhere to turn. That's why raising and protecting children is a community responsibility. Friends, relatives, neighborhoods, community leaders, all of us, like one people, must step in, like those adult elephants, to surround and protect the young from any threat. And this has been well said yesterday during the panel. Safe shelters, child advocacy programs, and supportive neighborhoods can act as a surrogate homes where families break down. This is sacred duty we all share. And when we protect children, we do more than raise healthy individuals. We create resilient families, strong communities, and peaceful societies. And a protected child grows into a confident adult. A loved child becomes a loving parent. A child who is heard becomes someone who listens to others. It is ripple of goodness that spread across generations. And to build stronger families, we must protect what is most sacred within them, the heart and the hopes of our children. This is not always easy. It takes patience, humility, and sometimes the courage to do things differently from how we were raised. But it is holy work and deeply human work. So in terms of conclusion, in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, we believe that abuse of a child or youth is an especially serious sin. As used here, child or youth abuse includes the following: physical abuse, inflicting serious bodily harm by physical violence. Some harm may be not visible. Sexual abuse or exploitation, having any sexual activities with a child or youth, or intentionally allowing or helping others to have such activity. Emotional abuse, using actions and the words to seriously damage a child or youth's sense of self-respect or self-worth. This usually involves repeated and the continuing insults, manipulation, and the criticisms that humiliate and belittle. It may also include gross neglect, child pornography. All those are part of the child abuse. So President Russell Nelson, the president of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, said once, quote, "Abuse constitutes the influence of the adversary. It is grievous sin. As president of the church, I affirm that teachings of the Lord Jesus Christ on this issue, any kind of abuse of women, children, or anyone is an abomination to the Lord. I urge each of us to be alert to anyone who might be in danger or being abused and to act promptly to protect them. The Savior will not tolerate abuse, and as his disciples, neither can we. Those who perpetrate these hideous acts are not only accountable to the laws of men, but will also face the wrath of Almighty God." End quote. Let us protect, brothers and sisters, let us protect our children, not only with our hands, but with our words, our example, and our love. As we do so, our families will be stronger, our communities more compassionate, and our future more secure. With our love and appreciation for all you that you are doing to protect our children, and I know we will continue to do it. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Elder Kyungu would now speak on the Legacy Project.
My dear friends, I would like to take a moment to talk about a project that was born out of a shared vision, a collaborative spirit, and a deeper love for survivors of gender-based violence. I could not proceed without expressing my profound gratitude to Her Excellency, Dr. Fatima Mada Biu, for her immense support and the opportunity to collaborate. The construction of a safe house as a legacy project for survivors of gender-based violences is not only an edifice, but a new safe house, a sanctuary for survivors of sexual and gender-based violence. These beautiful facilities will be constructed in Ikono starting this year. The expectation is that the project will be completed within 8 months. Gender-based violence is a painful reality in many parts of the world, including Sierra Leone. The assault on even one woman is an unthinkable tragedy. Still, as you probably already know, a 2019 report from the Department of Health Services found that 62% of Sierra Leonean women aged 15 to 49 have experienced physical or sexual violence. Your leaders, particularly the First Lady, Her Excellency Dr. Fatima Mada Bio, are deeply concerned with the safety and protection of all people in Sierra Leone, especially those who are vulnerable and unable to defend themselves. So in recent years, the First Lady has engaged in discussion and interactions with our church and its leaders. During several of these meetings, both in the United States and here in Sierra Leone, she articulated her concerns for victims and expressed a keen interest in collaborating with the church to establish a sanctuary, especially a safe house designated to offer comprehensive support and rehabilitation services for these individuals. So the church believes in the dignity of all human beings, regardless of race, religions, or national origins. As the followers of Jesus Christ, we look to this example of service and help to others. As we strive to emulate him, we commit ourselves to helping the poor and the needy, defending the vulnerable, and offering refuge to those who have suffered. Thus, we are pleased to engage in this project to build a safe house as the First Lady envisioned. This facility will provide not only shelters, but also rehabilitation services and counseling to help survivors rebuild their lives with dignity and hope. The 54-bed safe house will have 4 dining areas, a kitchen, and a storeroom. Upon completion, the project will be donated and handed over the Ministry of Social Welfare and Gender to manage and ensure its sustainability. As we join heart and mind with Her Excellency in this project, we do so in collaboration with local advocates and organizations who share our vision and a safer, more compassionate society. This safe house is more than a building. It is a testament to our shared belief that every individual deserves safety, healing, and a future free from fear. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please one more time as we celebrate that brilliant delivery by Elder Alfred Kyungu, who is General Authority 70 and President, Africa West Area, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. I couldn't help but notice the smile on the face of the First Lady as the Legacy Project was announced. The woman and girl champion who used Hands Off Our Girls to sound the alarm of the realities of women and girls in Sierra Leone. That Hands Off Our Girls, it's still paying off as a legacy. And I'm sure this legacy project is also aligned with the Hands Off Our Girls. Safe homes were one of the challenges as we encourage victims to come forward and report. That stood out in the conversations. When they come forward, where would we keep them during trial? Congratulations, Madam First Lady. There is about to be an honorary session. Someone amongst us very deserving of honor. We always say give honor where it's due. And it's best to give people their flowers when they're still alive, isn't it? Or would we rather keep their flowers and put it on their graves? Since you agree with me, please, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at this video profile of that one individual we're about to significantly honor this afternoon.
In 2002, a collective of 37 African First Ladies convened with a shared vision to combat the HIV/AIDS epidemic ravaging the continent. This gathering led to the formation of the Organization of African First Ladies Against HIV/AIDS, OFLA.
Let us make sure that when the time comes, the women who come after us would be a few steps closer to bringing the gender equity gap. As First Ladies, we have platforms of opportunities and we should use them to advance the cause of gender equity.
At the heart of Sierra Leone's recent strides in social advocacy is First Lady Dr. Fatima Mada Bio, a multifaceted personality and human rights advocate. Dr. Bio has consistently demonstrated an unwavering commitment to the welfare of her nation. Her tenure as First Lady has been marked by initiatives focused on human capital development, with a particular emphasis on women's empowerment and child protection.
I look at the global impact that the First Lady of Sierra Leone has had. Not only the incredible impact in Sierra Leone, but on the world. I mean, a UN-recognized day to recognize rape victims from a First Lady shows you the incredible impact First Ladies can have and the type of leadership that we have from First Ladies. So thank you from all of us.
In a closely contested election during the 29th General Assembly of OFLAD, held on February 15, 2025, at the African Union headquarters in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, she was elected as the president of OFLAD. Her election is a historic milestone, marking the first time a First Lady from Sierra Leone has held this esteemed position. It reflects the collective confidence of African First Ladies in her leadership and vision for the continent's development. Dr. Bio's presidency is anticipated to usher in a renewed focus on collaborative efforts to address the present developmental challenges facing Africa today. Upon their return to Sierra Leone, Dr. Fatima Bio and President Dr. Judas Maada Bio were met with an overwhelming reception, waving flags and chanting in celebration of this monumental achievement. The atmosphere was electric, filled with pride and hope for the nation's elevated role on the continental stage. In a heartfelt address, Dr. Fatima Bio reaffirmed her commitment to championing the causes of women and children, both within Sierra Leone and across Africa.
My priority in Sierra Leone is women empowerment. My priority in Africa is poverty eradication. Because if we can eradicate poverty, then women and children will be in a safer place. So that will be my priority. My focus is how do we empower as many women as possible. Talking about women is not because we only have women in our countries, but when you talk about the disadvantaged population are women and children, and that's the reason why I do focus on women and children, because if we can elevate them to a status where men are, and they walk side by side along each other, we'll have a better nation and a better continent.
As she embarks on this new chapter, the continent watches with anticipation, hopeful that her tenure will bring transformative change and foster unity among African nations in their pursuit of sustainable development.
Well, now, distinguished guests, indeed, from advocacy to leadership, and now to being honored at the Strengthening Families Conference here in Freetown, Sierra Leone. Ladies and gentlemen, please be upstanding and warmly put your hands together as we invite the First Lady to come up the stage, as Elder Kyungu would be presenting a special recognition award to you, First Lady, for who you are and for what you do and what we're hopeful you would continue to do, not just in Sierra Leone, but also across the continent, the entire continent of Africa. Thank you for what you do for women and girls. The conference is about families. There's a very strong role a strong woman can play in her family. The work of the First Lady has been a testament to that. And now the beautiful plaque has been brought. This is a beautiful moment. A beautiful moment. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's celebrate this very special recognition presented to the First Lady of the Republic of Sierra Leone and the President of LED, Dr. Fatima Madabio. Congratulations, Madam First Lady. Now we have a surprise for the First Lady. Please stay. From the Ministry of Social Welfare. Hold your breaths. Few seconds, you'll get to see it. So it's a two-in-one. This is the Ministry of Social Welfare heartily congratulating Madam First Lady. So when it's time for me, photographers, please capture this moment. I'd like to invite the Liberian speaker to also join us up here. This is a beautiful moment and we are going to capture this moment. Straight from the office of the speaker.
Yes, I can be. See, I can be anything I want to be. All I have to do is put my mind to it, and I can do it. So what I want you to do is put your fist in the sky and say it with me. I can be. Bigger, stronger, harder,
Dr. Fatima Bio, on behalf of the government of the Republic of Liberia, I stand before you as Liberia's ambassador to the Republic of Sierra Leone and here to present to you a gift from the office of the Speaker of the Republic of Liberia. His representative here today, Mrs. Kamara, is a gender advocate in the office of the Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As I stand on this existing protocol, I bring you greetings from the Republic of Liberia, your next door neighbor, and precisely the office of the Speaker of the 55th Legislature, Republic of Liberia. And as we honor our mother, I would like all of those women and men who are very stereotypical about beauty queens, just ignoring the positive aspect of them. Holding this microphone is former Miss Liberia 2017. And we are about to honor former Miss Africa 2000. And your First Lady. So I'm providing these adjectives so that you may not eliminate all of our contributions. We contribute to society significantly like the men. So hands off our girls so we can have a lot of first ladies, a lot of beauty queens championing the essence of successful and industrial society for all of us. So on behalf of Liberia again, Sierra Leone now is the triple home for Africa. In February, she became the president for AFLINE. And in June, our daddy just got another award for ECOWAS. And now, the Church of the Latter-day Saints has made Sierra Leone the host country for 2025, just in 2025 a lot. And I'm truly honored to be part of this historic year of the people of Sierra Leone. Thank you and congratulations, Madam.
Okay, so, you know when they said, sometimes we say double, double, this is 3 people. Thank you. I beg you, sit down, please. Thank you. Thank you. You know, among most of my hats that I wear, sometimes I actually forgot that I was once Miss Africa. Thank you for reminding me. Wow. Thank you for being here. Liberia is it's not just our next door neighbor, it's also home. I mean, your president speaks better Mende than our president. I can assure you that. That shows how interconnected we are between Sierra Leone and Liberia. And I want to say thank you. And your fabulous, most beautiful ambassador who is here representing your country so diligently. I think you will not have a better representation than her. Thank you, Madam Ambassador, for this. Social welfare. You know, me and this woman, we have a pattern. You know, Mother Bio's mother is from Moyamba, so which means officially she's my husband because she's from Moyamba. But let me tell you the other side. Her husband is from Kono, which means she is my wife too. So whatever I do, you have to see her there because it's the in-law thing. We have to support one another. But thank you for being such a wonderful minister and for championing the things that will help us change in this country. You're amazing, and I love you dearly. For the Latter-day Saint, my people, you will not understand when a whole church, this is validation, when a whole church, 2022, it was the Catholic Church who actually supported us when we went to the United Nations. I had the Catholic Church and the Islamic Relief in helping us had November 18 as a World Day. And from that point, I always say, may his soul rest in peace, because Pope Francis was there for us, supported our journey, and believed in the Hands of Our Girls campaign. And today I'm here standing with the Latter-day Saint. That tells you religion is not a barrier to success. And I want to say thank you to the Latter-day Saint. You know, the safe home they are going to build, when he pronounced the word, I don't think you understand the word properly, because he was saying they're building it in Kono. He did not pronounce it well. And the reason why I want to emphasize on this is that not because Kono is my own hometown, but Kono is one of the districts that actually have the worst record when it comes to rape and gender-based violence. And I feel if we are to have a safe home, we should have it where the people need it the most. And that's the reason why we choose Kono. So thank you. Thank you for this. We're looking forward to it. We're looking forward to this construction. And we believe that by the time it's ready, the people of Sierra Leone will celebrate and thank you more, because this is needed, and needed like yesterday. So thank you. Thank you, everybody, for being here today. To our Islamic scholars, I know it's prayer time. I want to say thank you to all our Islamic scholars that are here, to all members of the church, the Catholic Church, and all the churches that are in this building. I want to say thank you. To the women, thank you. The men, thank you. Everyone, you are all very much important. No one person here is important than the other. I want to say thank you. I can say thank you to the organizers, but as a matter of fact, they work for me. So do I need to say thank you to the Office of the First Lady? Well, if I have to, because even when we finish, I'm going to go back and criticize them, just so they will do more next time. But thank you, Salim, to you and your team, Momo, and all our media guys, the ones that their hands trigger so fast and they don't wait for instructions. But I want to say thank you. Phoebian, today, you don't just look beautiful, you look super, super cute. I love the jacket. I love the hat. You know, I wish, no, I don't wish I'm not the First Lady, but I wish I'm still that age where I could actually wear that. And Mother Bio will say nothing. But right now, if I am to wear that, the first thing he will ask me, where do you think you're going? Looking like that. Because you look super, super cute this afternoon. Thank you. Cadison, my son. Man, like I said yesterday, do not allow your son to introduce you. He would say things that people don't know about you. But thank you. I'm really, really touched and really, really, really happy that these 2 days has been a phenomenal 2 days, and that we will remember this for a very long time, and that this family strengthening at least will have, you know, awakening whatever it is that we are lacking in this country. We'll begin to check ourselves and then do what is right for our nation. So thank you. Thank you to all of you. May God bless you all. Thank you.
One more time, ladies and gentlemen, please, let's celebrate our First Lady. Beautiful moment of celebration. It really is indeed this lovely afternoon here. And as we continue to enjoy, ladies and gentlemen, please a thunderous applause for our performing artist coming on stage, Cadison Duai. Ladies and gentlemen, please one more time a round of applause for Cadison Duai with the angelic voice.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the Strengthening Families Conference. Come on, sing it. He lives in me. Say he watches. He watches over everything you see. Everything we see. Into the water. Into the truth. Come on, say in your reflection. In your reflection. It's a family thing. Everything you do. He watches over everything you see. Into the water. Into the truth. In your reflection. And I would say, he lives. Say he lives. Come on, sing it now. All over the hill lives. He watches over everything you see. Into the water. Into the truth. In your reflection. He lives, he lives, he lives in you. Thank you. And now just one more, ladies and gentlemen. I am singing the song specifically for my first lady, my mama. In the church, we say our mama the mama. The one who 24/7 has ensured I get the biggest platforms. She ensured I left Sierra Leone to perform in Dubai. She made me into a senior staff. She has traveled with me all around the world. And she's healing the world. And today we want to heal our world. So you, mama.
There's a place in your heart, and I know that it is love. And that place be much brighter than tomorrow. And if you really try, you see there's no need to cry. Love is strong, it only cares for joyful giving. And there are ways to get there. If you're caring up for believing, make a little space to make a better place.
Come on, sing it. Come on, take your phone lights out.
For you and for me, there are people that.
Come on, put your phones up.
If you're caring up,
make a little space.
For you and for me. And if you want to know why, there's a love that cannot lie. Love is strong, it only cares for joyful giving. And darling, if we try, we shall see. In his release we cannot miss. Love is strong, it only cares for joyful giving. And then it feels that away. Love seems for us growing. Make a little space. Come on now. Make a better place. Heal the world. Make a better place. For you and for me. Hey, let me see the phones. Put them up. Say, here are. If you're carrying up, make a little for you and for me. And the world we want to live in will soon reveal its face. And the dream we once conceived in will find a gaining grace. And why do we keep struggling life if the earth was a quiet soul? Though it's made to see the world is heavenly. In God's love we try, we shall see. In his release we cannot miss. Love is strong, it only cares for joyful giving. Let me say, mama, mama, you've done, mama, you'll do, and you will continue to do. Every day we wish you a long life and soon to be. And we say, and there are fields that always love sing up for us growing. Make a little space. Make a better place. Say, make it a better place. For you and for me. There are people dying. But lots of days is changing the world. Our mama is changing the world. And I'm ready to take it up. Say, heal the world. Up. If you're carrying up, make a little space, make a little place for you and for say you and for 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 me. Come on now, you and for me. This row, you and for me. You went for me. Mama, you went for me. Thank you. You went for me, for me. Thank you. Thank you, Mama. God bless you.
I cannot believe that's the celebration you would give to that brilliant performance. My goodness, Cadison Dewey has an angelic voice. My, oh my, oh my. Thank you very much, Cadison Dewey, for that brilliant, beautiful, inspiring, and uplifting performance. Thank you. At this point, Madam First Lady would like to thank you. You're one such person who always follows through on what you commit yourself to do. You have very competing priorities on your schedule, yet you are here yesterday, today. Thank you. At this point, we would like to be understanding to the other things on the schedule, and we would, at this point, let you go. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated as we would have the First Lady take her exit from the venue. Please remain seated, everyone. It would only be the First Lady and entourage. Thank you very much, Madam First Lady, and congratulations again. Are we all having a good time? Are we all having a good time? Are you happy you're here at the Strengthening Families Conference in Freetown, Sierra Leone? For those of you who this is your first time in Sierra Leone, please wave a hand. Let's see. If this is your first time in Sierra Leone, wave. Oh, okay. Have you tried cassava leaves? Have you tried cassava leaves? Please, you should try cassava leaves before you leave. Because even Ambassador knows that Sierra Leone cooks the best cassava leaves. Forget what Liberia does. That is not cassava leaves. Can you believe they put tibush in cassava leaves? Who does that? We cook the best cassava leaves. So when you're in Sierra Leone, try cassava leaves. But don't try it in Liberia. You won't enjoy the experience. Yes. And if you've traveled some other parts in Africa, please try our jollof, because we cook the best jollof in Africa. Do you agree? Who cooks the best cassava leaves between Sierra Leone and Liberia? Who cooks the best jollof in Africa? I didn't pass the verdict, the audience did. And before you disagree with us, please remember, to come to Sierra Leone, you had to go through the airport. From this venue to the airport, you need to think carefully before you disagree with us. Well, not that it's a threat, it's just a friendly advice and warning. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, we'll continue with the rest of the program. And I'd like to invite our next speaker, who is, please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Tonya White, co-chair of the Protect Child Health Coalition. She doubles as founder of Esteem USA. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you Tonya White. Louder with the applause. We should be having a good afternoon.
Wow, that is hard to follow. I did compete in Miss Texas, but I did not bring my saxophone to entertain you. I've heard many different ways of greeting each other the last couple of days. And since I'm from the United States and from Texas, we greet each other with howdy y'all. And then the other person says howdy back. So we're gonna practice. Howdy y'all. Very good. First, I want to express my sincere gratitude to the conference organizers. Their vision for bringing us together with a unified mission of strengthening families is truly inspiring. I also want to thank Family Watch International for extending the invitation to me. I'm honored to volunteer within their global organization. Yesterday, we heard about some consequences of the breakdown of the family. We also heard some solutions. Today, I am going to talk about another solution. How can we strengthen the family through pro-family education, health education, focused on sexual risk avoidance? What is that? That is the new term for abstinence education. And I'm going to turn my sheets here, and that's going to tell them to turn the slides. As she said, Tanya Waite, President of Esteem, this is a curriculum for 10 to 18-year-olds, and it stands for Encouraging Students to Embrace Excellent Marriage. I've spent 26 years equipping youth and families, and I love what I do. If you allow me for just a moment to share a little bit of my journey, I believe it will help you to understand my perspective a little bit and why this is such a passion of mine and why I would like to work with you and build coalitions here around pro-family education. My first recollection of Africa came in 1991. I was 14 years old. I was volunteering at an HIV agency while working at my parents' engine machining shop. Nearby was an old YMCA building where my siblings and I would go swimming. And next door to that was a youth homeless shelter, and it had beds for 30 youth. So our young women leaders were challenging us to serve, and so I went over, and this shy little kid knocked on their door and asked if they needed a volunteer. And within a short period of time, I was a peer mentor with them. Just a mile away from the homeless shelter was an HIV agency, and they were holding a conference, and I was really curious because a girl that had a locker next to mine in school all of a sudden disappeared, and it was because of this thing called HIV, and I really didn't understand what was going on. So I went to this conference, and they recruited me as their youth board representative. And they were preparing a team to go to Uganda to teach the ABCs: abstinence, be faithful, then use condoms. I wanted to go with their team, but my dad said no. And this was a blanket. I was about 17 years old, a big quilt, memorializing teens who had passed away from HIV. This agency were pushing the messages on us peer mentors of just condom use. We didn't hear a whole lot about the abstinence or be faithful message. And as I talked to my parents about this, we discussed that this was not our family upbringing, this did not follow our faith, as we were talking about living a pure, virtuous, or chaste life. The HIV agency wanted us to share messages like this with our age group, not like the messages they were bringing to you about abstinence and being faithful. So I was 19 years old, wrote for some grants. I wanted to talk more about abstinence and being faithful to kids my own age. A big medical clinic in the area wanted to lower the pregnancy rate because they were seeing 12, 13, and 14-year-old girls every month pregnant at the clinic. And so I went on to work with them and build a risk avoidance curriculum in their school system. And if you work in this area, in the school or with health education, I would love to find out more about what you're doing here. This is my family. We strive to live by the values that we teach to others. We're not perfect, but together we know what direction that we're heading, and we feel by the end of the day a peaceful, loving feeling in our home. We can help others in this journey of life, what has brought us happiness, and I feel like there's a calling to do that. Life may not make sense at the moment. Sometimes we don't understand why we're called to face difficult circumstances, but with wisdom and prayer, we can come to know that purpose. And I believe every single one of you are here today for a special purpose. The knowledge you gain from these presentations will hopefully stir something within you to want to have a bigger impact in life. Whether you're a parent seeking guidance, a leader, a nonprofit, or a policymaker, stay hopeful and open-minded. The partnerships that you're searching for, I believe, are within reach in this room. United by a common purpose, we can change lives. We know that strong families are the foundation of peaceful and stable societies. A stable family environment promotes security, empathy, personal responsibility. This study of human flourishing they asked 220,000 people about happiness. What makes you happy? The meaning and purpose of life, character and virtue, and guess what? It came down to these 4 areas: family, work, education, and religious community. And that is what we're here to talk about. Earlier this year, there was an announcement about the United States renewing membership in the Geneva Consensus Declaration on promoting women's health and strengthening families. There's a section on the next slide in number 5 that says, we reaffirm that the family is the natural and fundamental group, unit of society, and is entitled to protection by society and the state. That motherhood and childhood are entitled to special care and assistance, and that women play a critical role in the family, and women's contribution in the welfare of the family and to the development of society. A little down further in that document, it says, support the role of family as foundational to society and as a source of health, support, and care. So what is health education with a special focus on sexual risk avoidance? Pro-family health education in public schools is a holistic and dynamic framework that promotes lifelong healthy behavior in our students. It has a special emphasis on primary prevention, which means it fosters optimal health outcomes. By targeting health risk before they manifest, this type of education prevents disease and promotes flourishing of children, which we just talked about, those 4 areas in flourishing. And we do this through hope and not fear. Pro-family health education is the development of positive character traits like empathy, courage, practical wisdom, all of which form the foundation of healthy relationships and optimal sexual development. At the core of pro-family education is belief that families play a critical role, if not the primary role, in shaping children's values, attitudes, and behaviors. And these lessons should be taught in a way that affirm family and community structures. Pro-family health education equips students with knowledge and skills for making informed decisions about their health, including sexual relationships and marriage. The focus on sexual risk avoidance aligns with the view that postponing sexual activity until a healthy marriage is the best way to avoid risk associated with non-marital sexual activity, including sexually transmitted diseases, emotional harm, and unintended pregnancy. In addition, pro-family health guides in the development of positive relationships, setting boundaries, and resisting peer pressure that helps students be well equipped for the pressures they will encounter. Equipping the adults in their life. Everyone teaches a unified content across homes, schools, and churches or faith organizations. This concept offers the same hope-filled training, we can go to the next, to parents, teachers, and other leaders. We emphasize this in a pro-family consistent message. This is an example of what it looks like to bring parents, teachers, and church leaders all to the same training. We hold the same workbook or parent workbooks and are all saying the same pro-family message. So cognitive maturity isn't reached until mid-20s. That's something that parents can help their young people understand, and that's why it's important for them to establish limits and boundaries, because we want them thinking from that upper brain or that prefrontal cortex. So what would happen if all the adults in their lives taught these types of skills with a family-first approach? So there's a couple of areas that I want to bring to your attention to see if the students are currently getting this information, but in a pro-family way. What does it look like in your current health education? Physical health, mental health, health eating, injury and violence prevention, addictions, and of course, reproductive and sexual health. So I'm going to show you some examples of what it looks like in a pro-family health education. We can go to the next one. So these types of examples of healthy eating, of having emergency plans in your home, of understanding the body is something that can be taught both at school and at home. And next section, number 2, mental health and wellness. So social and emotional health, developing a positive self-concept, coping strategies, conflict resolution. Wouldn't that be nice to have those techniques and skills as a 3rd grader, 4th grader, 5th grader, and then as these children become parents, understand how important it is to pass it on to the next generation. That's the kind of legacy that we want to build within our school systems. The next one are examples of those mental health and wellness types of exercises that we can build with you with your stories and information, and it can look like this for your students or for using in your home. The next one is healthy eating and physical activity. How can healthy eating, one more, and one more. How can healthy eating and the benefit of understanding nutrition create a stronger family unit? One more. So exercises like this, currently in your family, do you put down your phones when you eat? Turn off the TV you eat? What type of engaging conversation do you have with your child? We need to make sure that these things are being brought to the forefront and these patterns and habits of stronger families are happening internally. Okay, next one. We're in number 4, which is injury and violence prevention. So digital citizenship. Do you have digital limits in your home? Do you have limits and boundaries on screen time? Okay, next one. So this is an example of what you can do in your home with talking about healthy relationships and helping you succeed in life, and teaching things like limited time on the screens, and even trafficking information and how to recognize if your child's being groomed or not. Okay, number 5 are addictions. So right now, what is the conversation in your home around alcohol, tobacco, risk and protective factors when it comes to substances? You could use exercises like this that not only teach what is in those substances and what they do to your body, but isn't it more important to talk about integrity and compassion and empathy and building character traits so they never want to have an addictive substance? Their mental health is good and they're getting their emotional needs met at home, so there's no need to go after a substance. And then the last area is reproductive and sexual health. And so things like long-term and short-term consequences of viral and bacterial disease, but the role of marriage and family, and understanding the differences in male and female as they go through puberty. What is the process of fertilization, fetal milestones, and then the benefits of healthy marriage? Is that being discussed both in the health class, at home, and in your church? And so understanding a little bit more, we can go to the next one. Understanding a little bit more about the heart of sexual risk avoidance lies not only simply reducing risks, but fully avoiding them. Many sex education focuses on risk reduction, but our approach celebrates the benefits of an abstinent lifestyle, and choosing to wait now will give you something much better in the future. And so, in conclusion, through our pro-family health education, we have the opportunity to teach that the family is the foundation of love, values, and resilience. Strong families are the cornerstone of strong nations, and if we desire a peaceful world, it must begin with peace in our homes. Our approach to health education should strengthen the family, not replace it. Let's cultivate a culture where children know who to turn to or guidance and truth. Imagine the transformation when an entire generation of young people are nurtured families, supported by their teachers, and affirmed by their church and community. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you very much, Tanya White, for that. Hey, 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 are you happy you're here? Day 2? There is quite a lot coming up for you this afternoon. Quite a lot. And amongst the things you should be looking forward to is the performance of one of the greatest stars we have in Sierra Leone, Famous. You would be having that performance, One Life, yes. Look forward to that. That would be coming up in a bit. We would be enjoying the performance of Famous right here. So please, stick around. Still be in the spirit with the energy level up to enjoy the rest of the sessions coming up in day 2. So now we would move on to our next speaker. And our next speaker is Jennifer Ellsworth. She is the global head of Engage Now Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Jennifer Ellsworth, the global head of Engage Now Africa.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am so honored to be with you today. Clap your hands if you're having a wonderful time here. Our organization, Engage Now Africa, loves Sierra Leone. I have to tell you, over the last 8 years, I have been to your country 15 different times, and we love being here. I address my talk to Her Majesty, Her Excellency, Dr. Fantoma Miata Bio, the First Lady of the Republic of Sierra Leone. I address my talk also to the Honorable Ministers of Government, the Honorable Members of Parliament, members of the Diplomatic Corps, religious and traditional leaders in Sierra Leone, leaders of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and all other protocols observed. We are honored to be here today. It is an honor to speak to you under the sacred theme, Building Stronger Families Within Communities Through Women's Empowerment and Children Protection. I bring you greetings from our wonderful staff in Ethiopia, Ghana, Namibia, and here in Sierra Leone. We are an organization founded by a family with a bold vision, a love of God, and a love of the African people in their hearts. We began our work to address the chronic problems that vulnerable families face in 2002 in the Rift Valley of Ethiopia. Over the years, we have expanded to Ghana, to Sierra Leone, and to Namibia. We now have over 50 full-time staff in each of the countries that we work. We are deeply rooted to these communities that we serve. Our mission as an organization is simple and urgent: to eradicate poverty by healing, equipping, and empowering individuals and families to become self-reliant. From our earliest days, we understand that families are the foundation of any thriving society. Where families are strong, children are protected, women are empowered, and communities flourish. At ENA, we believe that children are not just the recipients of care, but they are a sacred duty and our most vital investment in the future. We view child protection as not only keeping children safe from harm, but equipping them with the foundation to flourish emotionally, physically, and spiritually. We draw inspiration from both scripture and science. When children are nurtured in stable families, they grow into secure, kind-hearted, contributing adults. They carry the values of empathy, resilience, and beauty into the next generation. When we protect children, we are not just saving a life, but we are building a legacy. Our programs are based upon an asset-based community development model. We began by asking, what is strong in this community? Who are the leaders, the mothers, the grandmothers, the youth who carry solutions in their heart? We don't impose, but we empower. We listen, we learn, we walk with families as they build their future, brick by brick, story by story, child by child. Our work aligns perfectly to this conference theme. Let me share with you 4 areas where we protect children by strengthening families. Too many women give life and end up passing, dying. Too many children begin their life malnourished. This is why we build maternal and child health centers. Our recently built clinics in partnership with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in both Sierra Leone, the Upper East region of Ghana, and Debrazet, Ethiopia, enable thousands of mothers to receive prenatal care, hundreds of babies to be safely delivered, and hundreds more children to be screened for malnutrition and immunized. We treat wasting and stunting with therapeutic foods that empower mothers and with nutrition education and vocational training. Our vision is to build sustainable health systems that build family resilience and self-reliance. We know that when mothers thrive, children thrive, and they can learn and lead. Poverty is not just a lack of money, it is a lack of options. At ENA, we offer income-generating activities that restore dignity to mothers and fathers. We train families on business expansion, animal husbandry, and the importance of saving and the proper use of loans. Inspired by successes we see when individuals become self-reliant, we learn and have learned the necessity of mentoring women to grow their own gardens, sell their surplus in local markets, and teach each other to do the same. When parents earn, children eat. When mothers have choices, children have chances. We build primary and secondary schools, but we don't stop there. We also run adult literacy programs that transform illiterate mothers into entrepreneurs and fathers into community leaders. Literacy graduates receive vocational training and learn how to manage small businesses. Education is the bridge between survival and success. I want you to picture with me for just a second the words of a grandmother who was a recent literacy graduate in Ghana. She says, "When I learned to read, I learned to hope." That hope becomes a legacy for her children to inherit. At Engage Nile Africa, we believe that every year, children are stolen and caught in a terrible trafficking trap through manipulation, poverty, and false promises. At ENA, we actively work to prevent trafficking through education, public awareness, and local coalitions. We rescue children from exploitation and reintegrate them into safe places. More importantly, we protect children before they become at risk by educating mothers, fathers, teachers, and community members. Trafficking thrives when families are broken or impoverished. Trafficking activities decline when families have the necessary resources to become self-reliant. As we gather here in this beautiful and historically rich country of Sierra Leone, on the soil of resilience and hope, with a First Lady who has a passion for serving humanity, especially women and girls, I want to remind each of us that we are not alone in this work. Around the world, we see an unprecedented movement, faith-based, community-led, women and family-powered movements that work with individuals and families to move them from despair to dignity. I am reminded of Lima Goba, a courageous social worker in Liberia who mobilized thousands of Christian and Muslim women across the country to unite in a nonviolent movement that demanded peace. Through daily prayers, protests, sit-ins, the women of Liberia's mass action for peace supplied unrelenting pressure on warlords and governments, pushing them to the negotiation table. Their actions were instrumental in forcing Charles Taylor into exile and securing a peace agreement that ended Liberia's 14-year civil war. Goba's bold leadership not only restored peace, but paved the way for Africa's first elected female head of state and earned her the Nobel Peace Prize in 2011. I believe that we too can have that type of influence and bring that type of light to our communities. I close with this truth. The family is the glue that holds our nations together. Strengthening the family is not a charity, it is a strategy. It is security, and it is our sacred work. An African tradition which teach us the wisdom of the boba tree. It is the mighty tree of life. Legend tells us that it was planted upside down by the Creator, its roots reaching towards heaven, its branches grounded deep into the earth. The boba stores water in times of drought, offering food when there is hunger, and sheltering weary travelers for rest. So too is the family. When we strengthen mothers and fathers, when we educate our children and protect them from harm, we become like the boba tree, resilient, generous, and life-giving. There is a proverb that says, wisdom is like a boba tree. No person can embrace it alone. And so we must embrace this work together as sisters and fathers, brothers, faith leaders, governments, healers, and dreamers. To the First Lady of Sierra Leone and all dignitaries here, I thank you for your bold vision. To my colleagues and friends across Africa, I stand with you. To the children, we love you and we work mightily to protect you and provide for you. May we return home and plant bobas of strength in every community, and let us work to build the Africa our children deserve, family by family, village by village, and root by sacred root. Thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, once again, a round of applause for Jennifer. Thank you so much. Such an inspiring statement.
Indeed.
Such an inspiring statement. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, of course, thank you for being with us at the Strengthening Families Conference. I just want to say thank you so much for your reactions during my performance, and God bless you. But now, let's move on with the program, Phoebe.
So my singing class began today.
Yeah, your singing class began today.
Okay, great.
Do you want to just remind the people that, by the way, Famous is coming on stage soon?
And Famous will be coming on stage right after our next speaker.
Yes.
So you were then Adona for tell you company after this next speaker will come so Famous they can perform. You were then Ado you go miss the performance. So go the kind side want him. But before we get to that performance, which we're all looking forward to, because now one life we all get and we can enjoy and we would like to present our next speaker, Amir Musa Mewa Esquire, who is the head of Ahmadiyya Mission Sierra Leone. He also doubles as the head of chamber and practice at Brewer and Co. Solicitors.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Emir.
He is the head of Ahmadiyya Mission Sierra Leone, and he is the head of Chamber and practice director, brewer, and co-solicitors.
You know, Phoebe, while we're waiting for Emir, I really have to say this, that the organizers of the Strengthening Families Conference, do you mind, my darling? That the organizers of the Strengthening Families Conference have outdone themselves. You know, with such a huge budget to ensure that the concept of family is realized in Sierra Leone. It's such a noble venture. It's such a noble venture, Phoebe. What do you think?
We trivialize the relevance of an event like this. We trivialize the important role that families play in shaping the outcomes of the human beings we live with. Yeah. We're all a product of our upbringing and our society. Yeah. We really, these days, parenting is a challenge, especially for those of us in Africa. You know, we had the proverb that said, it takes one person to birth a child, but it takes a whole village to raise a child. Yeah. That raising of a child was taken so seriously back then. It goes beyond just even the nuclear family or just the biological family. It became a community family, a national family. People would contribute to raising kids. People would be moving about adults and see kids who are supposed to be in school, out of school, and get back to school. I think it's very appropriate that we get back to that where we're raising kids well.
We are raising kids well, and of course we would like to also tell you that by attending this event, you've consented for us to use your image and your videos for our publications, and we'll be putting it on our website, on our social media handles, to promote the Strengthening Families Conference. And as you know, ladies and gentlemen, the Strengthening Families Conference is not going to just end with Sierra Leone, but it's going to continue with other nations in Africa and beyond. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, I am super excited to be announcing the next person who is coming on stage. Phoebe.
If you all are ready, ladies and gentlemen, we would be having that performance by one of our superstars in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, if you get one life for live and you're willing for enjoy that one life, he's been giving hits back to back from the days of Love Tight. Here we are. Coupled on now, one life. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Famous!
Hey! I'm not smart enough. Not get nothing for offer. To only party when you me. Where don't make me feel like say my life no go become something more. And they walk away. All the people we promise for me. They say come up with today. Tomorrow next tomorrow. The story not the same. But I refuse to give up. I kept on hoping, I kept feeling. Now everything will change now. What does it look now? It don't better now. Famous now, me name now. You don't go pizza, you don't know me now. Anytime I like a flight to Dubai now. With me baby now. Anything I like, I buy now. Turn up, touch me and then turn down. I no go turn down. I'm no good. Everybody, let me hear you. Some people, let me hear. Hey! Oh God. One more time, let me hear the chorus. Hey! Friday, today. Hey, shake up your body, yeah. Araba style, say shake up your body today. Say Araba style, shake up your body, yeah. Araba style, shake up your body, yeah. Are you ready? Now dance, DJ, let's dance. Come on. Famous. Araba style, shake up your body, yeah. Tell it body, yeah. Tell me they make all man they glad, yeah. Araba style, shake up your body to the beat, yeah. Me about something place in the style.
Everybody, to all the baby where they woke me at. Where don't make me feel like say what? I'm not man enough. I no get nothing for offer. To all the party where look down on me. Let me hear you. Where don't make me feel like say my life no good become something, yeah. And they walked away. All the people who promise for help me. They say come office today, tomorrow, next tomorrow. The story not just the same, but I refuse to give up. I kept on hoping, I kept believing. Now everything don't change. Me brother see me life now. It don't better now. Famous and the name now. You know go fit say, you don't know me now. Anytime I like a flight to Dubai now. Hey, with me baby now. Anything I like I buy now. Turn now, it's me and the turn down. And everybody down. I'm looking.
Sing for me.
I'm looking forward to a brighter future. I'm moving ahead. I never stop for nothing. Oh yeah. Listen, famous. Every season gets its own time, and every time gets its own season. Everybody get to the up and know what you need believing. All man get your struggles, no one is above challenges. But when it comes, someone gone away, why some go rise up and face it. Nobody been a soldier, me I not afraid, no danger. Bound to win, but no retreat and no surrender. Famous, they buy me a soldier. Me I not afraid, no danger. The boys strong like a with the mindset of an overcomer. If anybody asks me who I am, I go look at my eye and tell them, say,
I'm a winner.
Winner, winner.
Everybody say,
winner, winner, winner.
Say, I'm a winner.
Winner, winner.
Everybody say,
winner, winner, winner. I'm a winner, winner, winner.
Everybody say,
winner, winner, winner. Shake body yo, body yo, shake up. Shake your body like a winner, move body yo, body yo, body yo. Hey, move your body like a winner, shake body yo, body yo, body yo. Shake your body like a winner, move body yo, body yo, body yo.
Listen,
move your body like a winner. No matter what's in a facing, I don't get it shaking. I keep on moving, cause nothing no go stop me. No matter what's in a facing, no get it shaking. I keep on moving, cause nothing no go stop me. Nobody been a soldier, me I not afraid, no danger. I'm to win and born to conquer. No retreat and no surrender. Famous, they buy me a soldier. Me I not afraid, no danger. The boy strong like a Monday hammer, with the mindset of an overcomer. If anybody asks me who I am, I go look at my eye and tell them,
I'm a winner. Everybody say, I'm a winner. Everybody say, hold on the DJ. Say, I'm a winner. Everybody say, I'm a winner. Everybody say, put your hands together for yourself, my people.
Famous, I'm in the building. Listen, I get a new song where they come out anytime from now. I call them true or false. You know, saying I mean, I'm the only person who can make una dance. No, so. First of all, I want to say shout out to my brother, George Coker, one of the best disciplined prison officer in the house. Una clap for my brother in the house. I love you so much. Respect to you. So listen, if you know this song, I want you to sing with me. Yeah? If you don't study this song, I love you too. I want you to sing with me. You get one life only. Me say get one life only. Why we no go use I'm gladdy and enjoy the time. Palava no they finish. Time you know they wait nobody. Now how the time for always get some nice every. This one where we are. Now nobody you know. The one you eat with him out we go down you belly. The balance where you go down left now all the money you know. So why you for the greedy you say for? If not the motor can't wait. If you see finals where you call it. You meet up a man where you like. Lana. Entity if you like.
Famous.
Hello. Everybody let me sing. Say away. Everybody let me hear you. Everybody say hey, let me hear you say
You get one life only. Me say get one life only. Why we no go use am gladdy and enjoy the time. Palava no dey finish. Time you know they wait nobody. Now why they try for always get some nice every day and night.
This one where we all tell we self.
Now nobody young.
You wanna eat too much we go down you belly.
Now you young. And the balance where you go die left now all the money young. So why you for the greedy you say for?
Where you live. If you see finals where you go there.
You meet up woman where you like Yana.
Entity if you like the man na for keep am.
Want them more.
The food where you feel for it's na for eat am. That fine the power you like na for buy am.
Entire more.
And if you baby love
you back love am.
But if you love them all now, you not for never.
Want them more.
Cause nobody know what it's man at all.
So every day of my life till I'm old, I fast in enjoyment they go.
I fall and for care for yourself. Nobody love. Everybody say away.
Me smile away.
Oh no. Let nobody take your peace away. Me joy away. Me smile away.
Oh no.
Listen.
Every day I see the hustle, they work for the pay. They like na boku on a small you catch.
Land for the loose body one.
No to money, no to
no money,
not a man and brother. As long as you get waiting, you dey eat.
Land for the
loose body one.
Let me hear you. This one way. Now nobody you know.
Don't you believe?
Now you young. The balance where you go, die left now all the money you know.
So why for the greedy
hey.
You say for?
Hey,
if you motor car where you.
If you see finals where you call it, you meet up woman where you like. And see if you like the man now for keep up. Want them more, the food where you feel for eat some for eat them. That fine the power you like now for buy them. Entire more. And if you baby love him, you say love him. But if you love them more now, you not for what?
Want them more.
Cause nobody know it's into my old. So every day of my life say I'm old. Passing enjoyment. I for land for care for yourself. Nobody love you pass yourself. All man defense for himself. Oh. Now why I know the alarm? What's your other man? Everybody say away. Say away. Me smile away. Oh no no. No nobody take you peace away. Me joy away. Me smile away. Oh no no. Everybody, I love you tonight. I love you today. I love you today. Love you, love. I love you today. I love you today. I love you today. I love you, you, famous. I love you guys, famous. Thank you. I love you guys.
Yo, make some noise for Famous!
Ladies and gentlemen, Famous!
My goodness, my goodness, my goodness, my goodness. Are you having a good day?
Are you having a good time? Yes, and we want you to be reminded that you only got to see Famous, especially those of you who are seeing for the first time, there, courtesy of the Strengthening Families Conference. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's great for me to say, with what we've seen so far, that Elder and Mrs. Pambo do have things under control. Over to you, Phoebe.
Surely. As you've danced and enjoyed yourselves, lunch would be served very soon. But before we get to lunch, let's continue with the program. We would have just few statements to be made and a short panel discussion, and we would be heading out for lunch.
Yes.
At this point, would like to invite from Family Watch International. It's actually a couple, a family working together. From Family Watch International, let's invite the president, Sharon Slater, and the legal advisor, Greg Slater.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause.
That's a husband and wife coming. What better couple to bring Strengthening Families Conference?
All yours.
Wow, we have to capture the energy in this room. It is fantastic. But before we do so, we'd like to recognize and thank the First Lady of the Republic of Sierra Leone, Fatima Mada Bio, for hosting this conference, the organizers from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and address also the ministers of government, dignitaries that are here, children, youth, and parents, all protocols observed. If you don't mind, I'd like you to all stand up just quickly. Could you stand back up if you're in your seat? Stand up. For those of you who were not dancing, I want you to have a chance to stand up and just stretch. And now I want you to take your hands as you're stretching and come down and fasten your seat belts, because we are going to take you for a bumpy ride, and I want you to pay attention so you can sit down with your fastened seat belts now. Thank you.
Okay, this is a learning session. You can dance after our session. When we talk about empowerment in the policy and legal, we think of rights, the word rights. But what are women's rights or children's rights? And who creates human rights? In 1948, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was established, and all 192 countries have signed this declaration. So these rights that are in this document are universal, and everybody, regardless of religion, ethnicity, origin, they all believe in these rights. They're very self-evident. For example, one of them is the family is the fundamental group unit of society and entitled to protection by the state. A lot of other ones we'll go over. This declaration served as the basis for 9 international treaties. agreed to by UN member states. And we're going to go over two of them. One is CEDAW, the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, and the other one is on the Convention on the Rights of Child, because of the theme of the conference, empowering women and protecting children. But there are some that push for rights, additional rights, that actually are in tension with these universal rights. They undermine them, they conflict with them, and they actually weaken the family. The Vienna Declaration is helpful here because it indicates that if something is called a right, but it undermines other established right, it may not be a right. And it's an important distinction. So there's an opposition going on, opposition between two different forces. And there are many examples, but we're going to focus on the first two, parental rights versus children's rights, and protection of women versus liberation of women to the extreme, to the extent it actually hurts women. In the context of children, there's a tension there between protection rights and autonomous rights. Everybody believes in protecting children, or most everybody does, in terms of the right to life, the right to health, education, well-being. But some would give them more and would empower them with information, privacy, confidentiality, sexual expression, and confidentiality and privacy from their own parents. And that's a problem. And the real problem is when you grant someone rights and they don't also take the responsibilities associated with those rights. For example, young children, empowering them to be able to express themselves sexually without the responsibility that it comes with that is a real problem. Now, international agreements make it clear that parents have a prior right to choose the kind of education they want to give their children. Prior meaning prior to the government, prior to anybody else. And the Convention on the Rights of the Child also say that there is a right to life, both before and after birth, and that parents have the primary responsibility for the upbringing and development of the child. Even though governments can support and help, it's parents that have that primary responsibility and right. And the child has a right to grow up in a loving and helpful and supportive family. But some on what's called, these are committees that are monitoring these treaties, some on those committees that do not represent governments, but are acting in an official capacity so people believe them, take an opposite view and believe that children should have sexual and reproductive freedom, should be able to engage in confidential counseling without parental consent on sexual and other matters, and should be educated on sexual matters without the permission of a parent, in direct conflict with international treaties. And by the way, this stuff is being used by courts and judges and local human rights commissions to liberalize, to expand laws in multiple countries, including many in Africa. So here's an expert. They also have experts at their international level, do not represent governments, but are held out as experts that have different views on what rights are and how to empower people. This is the former UN Special Rapporteur on the Right to Education, who believes that parents who take their children out of sex ed curriculums in schools are a barrier to the development of the child. And what kind of sex ed are we talking about? Sharon's going to talk a lot more about that, but here it is. Children should, this is a quote from him, should have the right to pleasurable sexual experiences that can only be granted by what's called comprehensive sexuality education. The current Special Rapporteur on the Right to Education says basically the same thing. All children need comprehensive sexuality education, or CSE. So what is the CSE?
Wow. Comprehensive sexuality education is not your regular sex education. We've identified 15 harmful elements in it. And this manual is an instructional manual created for the whole world to tell you what you should teach children with regard to this. And it has many objectionable things in there that we can't say because there's children in this room. And it is backed by a lot of very powerful international players. And I'll just read one excerpt from it that'll show you how it undermines families. It has an activity asking children to differentiate between the values that they hold and their parents and their guardians hold with regard to sexuality, and sexual behavior is included. And these are being exported from my country and other countries abroad and imported into your country. You can see this logo here is an entity within the United States, and they're writing the sex ed manuals for Africa, including telling teachers they need to tell children that gender identity means knowing whether one is male, female, neither, or somewhere in between, a medical impossibility. So these are medically inaccurate and scientifically false, yet they claim otherwise. Now, I regret to tell you that this has penetrated Sierra Leone, and we are here to warn you that there is a fight right now beginning over a secondary comprehensive sexuality education curriculum in, I understand it's been in a few schools already, but it's not been approved officially. And it asks children to explain why we are sexual beings, because we are all born with sexual organs and we remain sexual beings throughout our life. That's the philosophy, that all children continue to be sexual. People are sexual throughout their lifestyle, their life cycle, which means children as well. This is what they believe. They ask learners to shout out all the words they can think about with regard to sex and put it up on the board with girls and boys in the classroom to desensitize them to sexual things. And they want children to learn the different ways that they can express their sexuality in very, very inappropriate ways. They want children to explain what their sexual identity is, how one thinks of himself in terms of who they are romantically attracted to. Is that the business of government or schools or teachers or anybody outside the family? Reproductive health, they teach, is satisfying sex life, and that includes children because it gives the freedom to decide if, when, and how often to have sex. Problems adolescents face accessing sexual and reproductive education and services. This shows the real intent behind this, and is to get the children into the services where they can indoctrinate them further. And it turns children into sexual rights advocates to advocate for these and claim they are human rights. And to identify the human rights instruments, like the ones that Greg just showed you, those committees that are reinterpreting the treaties and inserting false interpretations. And they want the children to grasp those false interpretations and advocate for these things. And they have very inappropriate, this is one example, resources where they send the children to answer the questions. This is amaze.org, and they send them to one of their less controversial videos on puberty, but then at the end it'll send them to more and more and more inappropriate videos. Here's just an example of some of the inappropriate videos on that website. It says engaging in sexual behaviors, and that we're talking about for children and youth, is perfectly normal. Is it normal to watch porn? Yes. Okay, you can find a lot of information on this on our website at stopcsc.org, where we've collected all of these programs from all across Africa, and it is a problem globally, including in the United States. Now, this is an extreme example, but this is backed by a lot of powerful agencies. They teach that sexting is the sending, receiving, and sharing of sexually explicit text messages, photos, and videos. And do they discourage that? No. They say sexting may be used to seek positive feedback on body images from peers, and therefore help to improve your self-esteem and sense of identity. This is abuse of children to teach them this. They say for many young people, sexting may be their first expression of sexuality. And this is true, to try out different sexual identities. Now, what about the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child? This is a binding treaty that Sierra Leone is bound to that says that parents have the primary responsibility for the upbringing and development of the child. Parents have a prior right, according to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, a prior right to choose the education that would include the sex education of their children.
Okay, so at the end of our presentation, we're going to talk about some things that you can do to build your home into a fortress to prevent these influences from entering in. A quick summary on empowering women. The international agreements are very strong here on making sure that parental responsibilities are shared between man and woman. And so motherhood and fatherhood are treated equally. And they're both important and both need to be in tune and working together to prevent the kind of stuff that Sharon talked about from entering the home and entering your children's lives. So they are entitled, motherhood and childhood are entitled to special care and assistance from the government and to the protection of life. Now, there are others who would demean motherhood and womanhood and who would actually disempower women by so-called liberalizing them from consequence of decisions. For example, removing barriers from abortion and also telling countries, these are not government officials, these are treaty monitoring bodies that have no business reinterpreting treaty language that governments across the world have agreed to. They would decriminalize prostitution, provide rapid and easy access to abortion, and get rid of things like Mother's Day as supposed stereotypes rather than honoring womanhood and empowering women. What does the language in the international treaty says? It says governments are to combat and eliminate pornography, prostitution, and sex tourism. Undermine women and they undermine womanhood. So let's talk about pornography for a few minutes.
Yes, why did they point out pornography as something we should fight? Did you know that studies show that most of the pornography that you see, in fact, a sampling of it, 88.2% contains scenes of physical violence and almost 50% of verbal aggression, all these things against women. And men who are exposed to these kind of films of sexual violence become more accepting of sexual violence and more attracted to it, a root cause. Young adults who are watching pornography are less likely to consider marriage, less likely to have children, more likely to view male and female promiscuity as natural, and more likely to accept male dominance and female servitude. Now, in February of this year, just passed, adopted by the heads of state at the African Union, a convention to end violence against women and girls. We laud the goals, but there are problems in this treaty. There is no mention of pornography, which is a driver of violence against women. No mention of prostitution, no trafficking. Next slide. And now we need to talk about empowering families and how we can address all these things.
So there are multiple treaties. By the way, Elder Kiyongo mentioned that Center for Protecting Women Who Are Abused. That's the kind of thing that makes the most sense, not these kind of liberal policies that actually impact womanhood. But the treaties are very clear on protecting the family. This is just one of 5 that have a similar language. The UN Secretary General some time ago said that the family is key to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Why? Because the family creates the human capital that drives development. Just a second. Whoops. Okay. The family is the social safety net for the majority of the world's older generation. The family is best equipped to handle disabilities within their network. The family plays a key role in addressing the AIDS pandemic. The family serves as the first responder to food insecurity. And the family is a protective factor in preventing violence against women. If you look at this chart, it's an eyesore, but the little yellow bars are where there's less abuse, the least abuse, physical, sexual, or emotional abuse, and that is when children live with both biological parents. And the bluish green bars, the highest bars, are the incidences of abuse in homes where children live with neither parent, and they have the highest abuse. And then there are other kinds of forms of family. So abuse is much less, generally speaking, in stable homes with both parents. Married women are less likely to be raped, assaulted, or robbed than their unmarried peers, although there are always exceptions. So, in conclusion, I want to briefly talk about 5 ways governments can help strengthen families. And then Sharon will talk about Her Excellency's, the First Lady, Fatima Madabio's call to action to strengthen our homes. At the government level and around the home, the institutions that support the home, the government should review all existing international and regional agreements and the ones that are developing that address social issues for their impact on families and children. These agreements are accelerating in number. We talked about one, there's others that affect Africa. They should assess all national social laws, policies, and programs, positive and negative impacts on families. It ought to be a screen every time a law is developed. What's going to happen to the family if we pass this law? They should promote incentives and education and support for families and for married couples. They should promote sexual risk avoidance that Tanya Waite talked about just a bit ago, rather than CSC programs, the comprehensive sexuality programs. In other words, they should promote abstinence as we would define it, rather than the new term called safe sex, where as long as the physical consequences are controlled, we can ignore the spiritual and psychological consequences of sex outside of marriage and as an adolescent. And finally, they should ensure that the rights of the parents to direct the moral and specifically the sexual education of their children are supported, and they have those parents have the ability to review all new school curriculum.
Well, now you can relax your seatbelt a little bit because we're going to talk about the antidotes to all of this. This is a former First Lady of the United States, the wife of George W. Bush, and she once said, "Your success as a family, our success as a nation in the U.S. depends not on what happens inside the White House, but on what happens in your house." And I would say the same. Your success here in Sierra Leone, of your families and your nation, depends not on what happens in the state, but what happens in your home. And I'm going to give you 5 quick ways that you can strengthen your home and immunize your children against all the things that are coming at them. Number 1, parents, become more involved in your children's lives. And establish mother and father care wherever possible. We know that there's poverty and there's trials, but all the studies show that children fare best when in the care of their own parents, their own family, or extended family. There is no such thing as quality time without what? Quantity time. Children need time. Be involved in your schools, your children's education and in the schools. Especially find out what they're teaching about sex education. This is something that's going to form a central part of their life and affect them forever, that you need to be a part of and know about and be aware of. Claim your rights as parents. Number 2, establish family rituals and traditions. Have family dinner time together. We ask our kids questions when we have dinner, things like, what was the best part of your day? The worst part of your day? The most interesting? Did you help someone today? Did you have a temptation? How did you deal with it? Put the computer and the cell phones away. Have family prayer together, family worship, service, recreation. Establish a specific time to be together as families. Pass on your family and religious values. That was already said today. Teach children about sexual relations. Focus on the blessings from sexual integrity before and in marriage. Model for your children. Model healthy conflict resolution. Apologize for your mistakes. Respect for men and women and motherhood. Equal partnership. Model love, forgiveness, kindness, unselfishness, and service. Establish technology rules for all members according to age. Regulate hours of screen time. They affect the brain, especially the developing brain, in negative ways. Family computer rules. You can find these family computer rules that are model rules and interview questions about pornography. Your kids are going to see it if they're online. You need to help them deal with it and know what's happening and then get them the appropriate support. Next slide. You can find these interview questions that you can use with your children and all these helps at pornpandemic.org, where we have our documentary showing the harms of pornography and the way it affects children and families at pornpandemic.org. This is the development of the brain. As people watch pornography, their brains actually can change in negative ways. But fortunately, the brain can also change back if you get the appropriate help. Now, a lot of the tips and the things that we taught today are in this book that we have at our booth just outside in our Stand for the Family Defense Handbook. We can give you an electronic copy, each of you, and you will have all these and more tips on how to strengthen and protect your families. Next slide. No. The last one, the most important. Love your children. Never, ever, ever give up on them, because as a family goes, so go the children, so goes the nation, so goes the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Slater, for that presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being patient with us. So we have a quick panel discussion, and from there we bring the curtains to an end for day 2 of the Strengthening Families Conference. But there's a special surprise which will happen. As you know, the Strengthening Families Conference isn't just an idea for Sierra Leone. It's something that has been moving across Africa, and we have to hand the baton over to the next country. Do you want to know where the next country is? Do you want to know? So just hold on and you will soon find out. Over to you, Phoebe.
At this point, we could make the next country Bowtown. That would be a lovely idea, right? We could use Bow City as a whole country. I think we should do it by cities, not by country. So after Freetown City, we do Bow City. That would really be a good one. We're moving to a very short panel discussion. This should not be up to 30 minutes. And on the panel, please, we are going to talk about strengthening families through child protection. To be on the panel, please, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome my panelists, Mr. Daniel F.H. Ketor. He's the Executive Director of Rainbow Initiatives, Sierra Leone. Mr. Ketor, if you're around, please join the panel discussion. Next panelist would be Mr. Abdul Manaf Kemokai. He is the Executive Director, Defense for Children, Sierra Leone. And Blessing K.J. Kutubu, a child rights and gender activist. Mrs. Christy Oliko, Federal Ministry of Women's Affairs, Nigeria.
Please bring microphones for the panelists.
Mrs. Christy Oliko, Federal Ministry of Women's Affairs, Nigeria. Also, please welcome Honorable Mrs. Mariama Munia Zombo, Member of Parliament and an independent consultant on gender issues. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome my panelists. Okay. All right, I would just now move.
You're my lady.
Merci beaucoup. Oh, you're responding. Thanks. Okay, so we're going to get started with this. It's about strengthening families through child protection. This panel has been carefully thought about, and the people up here are the very apt people to have this conversation. But I'll like to start with the youngest panelist.
Obviously, all these people on the panel were once children before becoming an adult, but you are the youngest panelist. Let's look at the importance of paying attention to children in the family.
Good afternoon, everyone. Your Excellencies and all protocols observed. My name is Blessing Kutubu, and I am an adolescent, child rights, and gender activist. So to speak on the importance of parents paying attention to their kids, in strengthening the family, we first have to know that children are the hearts of every family. Children are the glue that holds every family together. My mother paid attention to me. That is why I'm seated here today. As I sit before you, I am a product of a praying family and a family built on faith. Nowadays, we're going towards a world where children should and must be guided. Because I tell you, when a child steps outside your house, you're not going to be with that child. When a child steps outside your house, it's only your advice and how you have trained that child that is going to determine what he or she is going to do outside. So it is important for each and every one of us here to pay keen attention to our children. Ask them how their day is going. Ask them what happened in school. Ask them, are you okay? Are you fine? We realize that while our parents are trying to save the world, they forget us children, which are the priorities. And with that, I'd want to say thank you, and I'd want my mom, who is here, to stand up. Mama, please. Please give my mother a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mama. You've raised a brilliant child. Children, as you know, let's just put it, are very important. They also require the attention of the parents. But Honorable Mariama, I'll take this to you. In a world where we have mixed homes, you have homes that are balanced with a mother and a father, and you have single-parent homes, and there are competing priorities. Now you find that most parents prioritize providing for the children financially over being there for them to raise them. How do we balance this and manage the realities?
Thank you very much, Phoebe, darling. I think most families these days are faced with the complexity of balancing time, resources, energy, and a host of other demanding things. But we must recognize that the unity of the family, being together, is a priority. You can work hard all your life, and if your family is disintegrated at the end of the day, you're not going to be having that support when you retire, when you fall sick, when you have an accident, when you have an emergency. Your family comes first. So as we, as professionals, as business people, as adults, we should be able to manage our time consciously. Give some time, some days to the children. When you have time off work, concentrate on your children. Talk with them. Observe them. Visit their rooms. Talk to their friends. And you'll find out the problems that they are facing. You have the honors to take care of your family financially. But you cannot take away the love that should glue the family together and make them what they should be, even though the money is important, but keeping the family together is priceless. So it's just about balancing. As a woman, for example, I am a mother, I'm a wife, I'm a teacher, I'm a parliamentarian. I'm a businesswoman. I'm a consultant. I'm doing several things. But God, in his wisdom, has made us so dynamic, especially women. We are so dynamic, we can do several things at the same time. And let's take advantage of that because we are made like that. And that's why women are so important in raising families and keeping families together, because we are like spiders. We can do, we have several legs. So give time, give love, open up with the children, talk to them. We discipline our children. We should discipline our children. But we must not be violent. And we must not forget that we are also Africans, keeping the culture together, the good things in our culture, and actually making sure that we pass all of these beautiful things down to both boys and girls. Let us focus on our boys. It is getting too much. We have done a lot.
As you
Thank
put it
you
like
very
that,
much.
on our boys. So I often say to people, we tend to want to create our own world as human beings. This is a world created by God. He put his structure. He wants the world to go a certain way. But we as humans have chosen our own way. Normally I say to people, if you feel that strongly about wanting to do things different from how God wants, why not create your own world, create your own humans, and then you can... It's like renting a house where your landlord lives upstairs and you're the tenant, you're downstairs. But you as the landlord, you want to dictate the rules in the compound. It doesn't work like that. But we as humans, we've chosen to go off the path. And we're seeing the results, the consequences of that. This brings Abdul imbalance. God's structure is for us to have a husband, a wife, and child or children at home. But we live in a world where the reality is there are a lot of broken homes where it's just single parenting, either just a mother raising children or just a father raising children. The impact of that imbalance, what is it doing to the society, especially on children, the absence of both parents?
Thank you, Phoebian. I think the world is struggling today because of all what you have highlighted. But let me point out something that we all need to know. You have not just made a point in which people think they should do the things in their own ways. Naturally, as you have said, when we are born from out of our parents. Even animals. I mean, if you don't believe, go near a female dog that has just given birth to her children, and you will know how she will react. So naturally, we come into this world through birth, and God gives that responsibility to our parents to make sure that they can take care of us. However, as he has spoken, so many people are doing things in their own ways. I am sure that is the reason why religion is here, to make sure that we can talk about standards that guide people in terms of how they can behave. And also rights. You know, a lot of people misunderstand rights. When we are talking about children's rights, they just think we are talking about things that can make children go away from the normals of society. No. It is really much about ensuring that children are also grown up with respect, with dignity, because whatever you groom your children to learn, it is what that child will also do in the future. A lot of people think, okay, it is good for us to hit our children. Of course, if you hit your child and your child believes that when someone angers you, you should hit him or her, when he grows up, he has to hit his wife when his wife wrongs him. But anyway, so this is how, even as children, we are made to believe that violence is the only way we can correct things, and we need to stop. Now, coming back to the rights I'm talking about, I just want to mention a few articles in the Convention on the Rights of the Child to let everyone know that even within this convention we are talking about, there are so many articles that speaks to family. You look at Article 5, it really gives the state to recognize the rights of parents over their children. So in as much as we are living in the state, we all belong to the state, but the primary owners of a child is the family. If you go to Article 8, Article 8 speaks to separation. And what Article 8 is emphasized is that on no account anyone should separate a child from the family, unless otherwise, if that decision is taken in the best interest of the child. Article 9 further, okay, I was talking about Article 9. Article 10 further states that in a situation where there is a separation between a child and a family, we should do everything possible. For example, during war or during epidemic or pandemic, natural disaster, we should do everything possible to make sure that that child is reunified with the family. And even in a situation where a child is living in a separate state than the family, if there's any application for that child to be reunified with the family, that application should be taken seriously. And I'm sure embassies and those who give this are adhering to all of that. In an Article 19, okay, Article 18, which our previous speaker spoke about, really speak to, the responsibilities and of the parents. But the African Charter of the Rights and Welfare of the Child, in addition to all of what I have spoken about UN Convention, which the African Charter also recognizes, is the fact that children also own responsibility to their families. And if we want them to be responsible to their families and the society, we have to bring them up in the proper way. Thank you.
Right. So I'll take the conversation to Mrs. Oliko. I reiterated yesterday and today strongly that we are all a product of our families and the way we were raised. We're a product of our upbringing and our environment. The reality today is, for some children, whether in a single parent home or those who are fortunate enough to have a mother and a father at home, some parents have shifted the burden of adulthood, the responsibilities of the parent on the child. You'll find some children, especially girls, who are being put forward and trying to be nice, but the reality is are sex slaves. Let's be very blunt about it. They push them forward to be sleeping around just to take care of the family. They are told, oh, you're the girl of the family, or you're the eldest daughter. You're supposed to fend to take care of your family. This is somebody who is not 18. And this is exposing our girls to so many ills in society who now grow up and think that's the way of life for a female. All you have to do is use downstairs to survive in life and not upstairs and your hard work. How do we deal with this?
Thank you very much. The girl child is a vulnerable member of the society. Looking at the challenges she passes through, right from birth to even adulthood, as a married woman. Now, looking at stereotype upbringing at home, you refer to the girl child. When the boy child is allowed to play around, the girl child is looking at our culture. They say the girl child should stay around the mother to take care of the home. The girl child, when it comes to taking a choice, making a decision between who should go back to school, who shouldn't go, especially looking at the issue of poverty, is the girl child. If they are looking for someone to care for the younger ones, the girl child. So the girl child from birth has always been vulnerable. And then we have to make deliberate effort as parents, as communities, as duty bearers, as policy makers, to ensure that the girl child is removed from that situation of negligence, right from, or second-class citizen, so to speak, right from when she was born and then up to adulthood. Now, look, giving an example of a Nigerian experience. We have a lot of activities looking at the importance of girl child education. I work with Women Affairs, but we collaborate with the Federal Ministry of Education to ensure the education of the girl child. That is looking at the fact that the girl child is enrolled in school, but at a particular age, maybe like JS3, they drop out. either for early marriage or due to one reason or the other. So a lot of emphasis is placed on ensuring their enrollment, retention, and completion in school. And you agree with me that if the family is strengthened, because one, poverty is a major factor. So if the family is strengthened, they will be able to take care of their children, whether male or female. If the family is strengthened, they will know the importance of education to males and both the boy child and the girl child. If the family is strengthened, they will be able to strive economically to ensure that all the rights are enjoyed by both the boys and the girls, instead of maybe being selective. So as a family, I know as families or communities, the issue of prostitution, like you said, thrives. But it's really bad, and we should not continue in that light. But once the family is strengthened, I believe most of those issues will be addressed, and then disabused also, which means from time to time, as policymakers, we need to design programs targeting the girl child, the adolescent, and then a lot has been said there concerning positive parenting. So if our parents are equipped enough, maybe in terms of training and then provision of tools, and then that economic empowerment, we've mentioned economic empowerment here, just to at least remove that stress of poverty within the home. It will go a long way of ensuring that our girls grow and thrive and actualize their dreams. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to round off the panel discussion. I'm going to ask one question that I'd like all of you to make suggestions. We could summarize the suggestions as the, parting curtsies. We are doing a lot already as, nations with our laws in different countries, the laws to strengthen the protection of children. Yet we still have some challenges. We still have children being used for child labor, some as sex slaves. There's still a lot going on. Not too long ago, we had, another report of underage girls found at an adult's place. And you find that people were on social media even bashing the children. What were they doing there? The difference is we call them children, and we are adults for a reason. But when things happen, we tend to bash the kids as well. But there's also a conversation about, as we're protecting them, how do we drag them along with the information of empowerment so they know the do's and don'ts, how to navigate themselves in society. So with everything that's going on, with all the policies, what more can we do to raise good children in society? Please use 30 seconds each to make suggestions. What more can we do to be able to strengthen our families, strengthen the children in our families? You already hold the mic, so we could go around this way.
What we can do is to prioritize the interest of our children. We should go back to the old values. Like was earlier mentioned here, growing up, if your mother looks at you twice when there are visitors, you disappear. But now, nothing like that. So we need to go back to that family values that has been eroded by a lot of things. That's my own opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes. Yes, quickly summarize. We don't have time.
Sorry. So, from my own perspective, I think the problem is not on the government side. We have to fix our homes in order for us to fix Sierra Leone. Because when we fix our homes, then we have a better Sierra Leone. So if we have it that way, then that will be the only solutions, or else we're just going to have child protection laws, but then there are undercover violence against children in the home that are not being solved. So fix our homes and fix Sierra Leone.
Thank you. Yes, Abdul?
Yes, thank you very much. I think for me, we have to be consistent in what we do, especially when it comes to implementation and the enforcement of laws. If you go to Pademba Road or any other correctional center, you will see a lot of people who are incarcerated because of sexual violence. So that will speak to you that a lot of arrests being done and prosecution, but while others are not being prosecuted. So we have to be consistent in the way we implement and enforce our laws.
Thank you.
Thank you, Fabian, for that question. it's so important for us to popularize the laws. Like you said, we have made strides. We have the Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment Act 22. We have the Prohibition of Child Marriage Act 2024. We have the Child Rights Act amended on the way. We have the Safe Motherhood Bill. We have sexual and gender-based violence laws. We have land rights. We have all of these laws. We have made strides as a country. But we need to popularize these laws. As a parliamentarian, I visit my communities, and many people don't know anything about the laws that we are making. And if you don't know, they say ignorance of the law is no excuse. I don't go with that. We have a responsibility as a country to let our people understand these laws, and the penalties. Because once they know that it is a law coming down from up there, that parliament, they will be much more aware of what they are doing. And also the mindset. It's not only about having laws. We don't have space for people in these prisons. But the mindset has to change. So there is a lot that has to be done around engaging people regarding what is to be done and what not to be done to protect children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause to my panelists for those brilliant submissions. We once lived in a society where we thought, we believed, we practiced that it takes a village to raise a child. Perhaps it would be good for us to go back to those days where we help raise children, and not say go and beat people picking in us too, but become the adult. When you see somebody's child in the streets misbehaving or doing something, correct them from a point of love. Let's also go back to those days where we raise our kids well, where we don't spoil them just to show the world that we're wealthy, we're educated, and we're now influential, so we fail to raise kids. Let us raise children well, because children transition into adulthood and they become the adults that handle the affairs of that society. Badly behaved children become badly behaved adults. It's really hard to teach an adult new tricks. Please raise your children properly. Thank you for your attention. It's been a very short but good panel discussion on strengthening families through child protection. I've had Mr. Abdul Manaf Kemokai, Executive Director of Defense for Children, Sierra Leone. I've had Blessing Kutubu, Child Rights and Gender Activist, Sierra Leone. I've had Honorable Mariama Zombo, Member of Parliament and an independent consultant. And we've had Mrs. Christy Oliko from the Federal Ministry of Women's Affairs, Nigeria. Thank you very much for your brilliant submissions.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, put your hands together. So as you're leaving, can you just take one? This is for you, special treats. Yes. This is yours, take one.
Oh, special treat. This is the Ghana chocolate, made in Ghana.
Phoebe?
I always enjoy this chocolate in Ghana.
Of course. So you should not have taken just one, because I have an entire box for you.
Sorry, I like food. I got started immediately.
So, can you please hold this? So now, Phoebe, what we're going to do, we've had a lot of talking, a lot of content being released from the stage. Now we want to hear from the audience. We really want to hear from the audience. And guess what? For every person that gets to participate, he gets one chocolate bar. So are we ready?
Sorry, can you do the participation on behalf of everyone?
No, you cannot.
I just want more chocolate.
Now you made my Sierra Leone English come out. No. No, you cannot, Phoebe.
In no better way, say you can't.
Exactly. So, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that we have a lot of stakeholders here. Individuals who you have a lot of experience, you have a lot of things that you want to share when it comes to family, when it comes to strengthening families, especially with our theme, empowering women and protecting children. So, what do you feel? Just you have 30 seconds when you hold the microphone. What do you feel that you would like to contribute to the strengthening families? With a show of hands, we're going to be there.
Yes, please come forward. If you want, you can donate your chocolate to me after you make the submission. I'm nice like that. I help people eat.
So while my beautiful Phoebe is here, I'm going to come down. This is from the power to the people. Are you
There she is. Okay.
You're welcome. Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think the mic is off.
For the sake of this message to sink down, I like to talk Creole, if
Go
that's
ahead.
possible.
That's fine.
Actually, I decided for talk Creole so that we all go really understand better. Sometimes then you see family, this one parent, this two couple or one couple don't born 5 or 6 pikin. You find out say, panen 6 pikin and they 5 come on fine, no problem. Then one go just there, we get in your way and decide for go out of the way. I shall say in that situation and they will not go look say, na mama and papa, na you not train them pikin well. The government has a lot to do. The present situation where we are faced with as Sierra Leoneans, aka the Kush, yeah? You find out say them picking away come out now very, very good homes. End up for go face this kind of challenge. Then this one picking out of the 4 picking don't go bad. Not because you did not raise them well. Now we they beg. And then picking and then when they don't get addicted to then drug, then they be it girl, a boy. It they take a long time, a very long time for get them out of that kind of situation and they. Yeah. So what we they beg? We know they put blame say now government's responsible for let go can of this country. But we they beg say the laws the way for enforce say. For let them all them people not only for let them all them people the way they bring and come, but let them also make provision for that 1, that 2, that 3, that 4, that 5, that 100 pikin where don't go bad.
Thank you.
If you get for put them na college, Phoebe.
Thank you.
If you get for put them na college where government no say this university now for drug addicts. Then go there they say they don't college because it takes a long time. We have to find a solution to this problem.
I feel the passion from the submission.
Wait. Come, please. So 2 things. What's number 1? What's your name, Mama?
My name's Sylvanette.
Sylvanette. So Sylvanette, the proposal here, we need a university or a space where it be say, a space where they recognize the fact that drugs addicts, then they take probably longer for go through academic institutions and for make we see how best we can create a platform for that. Isn't that a wonderful idea? So here's your chocolate bar. Thank you so much, Sylvanette. God bless you. Okay, sir, over to you. And then, of course.
My name is Chief Matthew Jibao Young, the Mende Tribal Head Western Area Secretary General Council of Tribal Heads. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to say a very big thank you to the Church of the Latter-day Saints. To the Church of Latter-day Saints for this kind of program which we've witnessed for these 2 days. I'm sure the Latter-day Saints are here to save the future of Sierra Leone. The children are the future of this country. It is often said that train up a child the way he or she may grow, that when she grew up, she will never depart from it. And we have to go back. We have been told that we use the children we are being brought up by the community. We have been told that children were brought up by the communities, but we don't have the community again to take care of children. Why? Because we are all pulling ourselves apart. Because if a member of the community punish someone's child, that person is going to get on that person to say, why did you beat my child? Yes. Are you the one feeding?
True.
That person? Are you the one feeding my child? I think we have to go back to the olden days.
The old days.
Let us go back to the drawing board.
Thank you very much, sir.
Let us go back to the drawing board. And the Honorable told us that they have actually enacted several laws. Several laws. These laws are to protect children. We've got child abuse, we've got teenage, etc., etc. There are so many laws that they have enacted in Parliament. But these laws are on the shelves. They are never, people don't even know about them because they are not popularized. They are in English. Let them get back to the 16 tribal heads, will get back to the radio stations and popularize these laws in our various ethnic languages.
The popularization of the laws. Thank you very much, sir.
Well.
Thank
you so much.
Thank you so much,
We
tribal
are
head.
very much
God bless
impressed.
you. Can you? Yes. Thank you so much, sir. God bless you. Yes.
I love
Okay,
the
so after her,
contributions.
I would love if those of us that are the masters of ceremony control the process. Thank you very much. I do not want anyone to be directed at us. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
yes,
thank you
ma'am.
so much. In the first place, I want to
Yes.
thank God for this opportunity, this space that He created for us.
Yes, ma'am.
And a very big thanks to Latter Days and High Excellency. I am Hannah Kitel-Vonjo, the founder and country director for Committing Acts Foundation, Sierra Leone. It's a foundation that caters for all abuse cases in Sierra Leone. We provide safe home in Bo, Bombali, Tonkolili, and in Freetown. So, you know, when you talk about family, it speaks volumes to my heart. Because when I deal with the issue of abuse among girls, or issues that affect girls, I begin to look at the home. I begin to look at the parents. And for the children to grow up in the way that they can deliver better for Sierra Leone or for any context, we, the parents, has the responsibility. Bible says, train up a child in a way that he or she will grow, and that child will not depart from what
They're
you
old.
train them. So sometimes I see parents transferring their anger to the children, and this do not help the girls or the children to grow well. Sometimes I see parents do not create space for the children to speak their heart, speak what is there for them, speak what is affecting them. They don't create a space. So as parents, we need also to create space for our children, to hear them out. Things that are affecting them in their schools, with their colleagues, peer pressure group, you know, we need to create that space for them. We also need to look at their needs. The children have right to education, have right to good shelter. If you have 13 children and then you just like hand over those children to your aunt. Most times when I listen to the stories of the girls that are abused, they refer to our shelter. You will hear the child say, the girl say, I'm not staying with my biological parent, but I'm staying with my aunt, and the husband of my aunt abused me. There is problem. The problem starts at home.
Thank you.
And I tell you, thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Thank you. Thank
I
you
look
so
forward
much.
to more.
Of course, of
Yes.
course. By the way, thank you for consistently partnering with the Office of the First Lady.
Come and
Yes.
get your chocolate.
Yes, please. Yes, ma'am, your chocolate. So the next two people, Phoebe, I think I would love for you to do the next two. So you can select the next two to meet you up the stage. Yes, sir. Do you mind telling us? Can you come this way, sir? Yes. Do you mind telling us your name, where you're from, and then please be notified. You have 1 point to make for 30 seconds. 1 point to make for 30 seconds. We are
So
the
if we
masters of
summarize
ceremony.
that, it would help us so we can
It
hear
would help,
from
so we
many
can have more people, more voices. Yes, sir.
So good afternoon, everybody. My name is George Thomas Foster, and I am a student from Frobe College. So I am so glad for this conference because it is very educative. So my question is, because I heard one of the speakers spoke about sexual risk avoidance. So how can we avoid it? So, and especially in Sierra Leone, if you take a look, most of the violence that children normally undergo, it has been performed by some of the family members, such as the auntie, the uncle, the father, or family friends, especially sexual abuse. So how can we address these issues we are in if we fail to educate the children about sexual activities? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so
Yes,
much.
ma'am, please
Do we
come.
have any person that wants to answer that? Yes, thank you so much, ma'am. God bless you. So just wait.
Welcome.
Just wait, please. Thank you so much, ma'am. So do you want to answer his question, or we have someone here that is going to answer his question?
No,
Do we have any?
I want to give contribution.
I know, ma'am, I know. So can you just give me 30 seconds? Let's answer the question, and then we get you. Okay. So do we have any expert on, the family structure that is here that would love to answer that question? How can we create a better structure in the homes to prevent sexual risk?
There's a hand up there, but only to answer that question.
Yes, to answer that question. Thank you very much, sir. Yes, ma'am. So I just want to borrow the mic for 30 seconds, and I'm going to give you back. Over to you, sir. Please tell us your name and answer the question.
Good afternoon. My name is Professor Sylvester Marlamin. I'm a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. I'm actually here in Sierra Leone as a Fulbright scholar from the United States.
Ooh, hallelujah.
I teach primarily families, and I'm an expert in teaching families at my university in the States. Okay. That question is very important. So Salvador Mununchi, he actually said you have to go back to do therapy and provide the structural components of families. Okay. So the structure of the family becomes like the father, the mom, and the kids. So you have to bring them together and talk to them. Okay. And you can only know that if you study family therapy or things like that. But the universities in Sierra Leone do not teach family structures and family systems. So there's a big problem there. I only wish for Abe College, Jala University, and other universities can teach family systems.
So thank you so much, Professor. But now I would really like for you to give a practical step that the layman in Sierra Leone with your level of expertise would say, okay, this is what you should do. Just one. One thing.
I think
if you talk about Yosef.
Okay, Vivian, we talk about the structure because like you're not going to send Pekin say go face something for you. So you give the role to the Pekin for perform adult roles. Parents should be able to perform their role. If you want Pekin, you're able to take care of that Pekin. Yeah. You're not for saying Pekin may go face job for you on the street.
Yeah.
Because if they do, then they sell their bodies,
Thank you so much, Professor. Your expertise was truly worth it. So what he has said, yes, don't worry, we're going to get to you. So what he has said is we should allow people in families based on the structure to perform those roles. A dad should be allowed to be a dad. A mom should be allowed to be a mom, and a child should be allowed to be a child. Do not put the pressure of providing to the child. That would be a problem. So over to you, ma'am, and then of course we come to you.
Hello.
Yes.
And
Yes,
I want
ma'am.
to
So what's your name, ma'am?
My name is Rosalie Momo.
Zodaline Momo.
Yes.
Beautiful.
From Joshua International School.
Yes, ma'am. So what's your contribution, ma'am?
Yeah, it's something like a testimony I want to give.
Okay.
I am a Latter-day Saint member. I came to Freetown in 1992 with my 5 children. They were all going to school when I was in Moyamba.
Yes, ma'am.
That is my home. So during the war, we came to Freetown, and I want to say it in Creole so that everybody can get the message.
Feel free. Inclusivity.
So when we come to Freetown, yeah,
when we came to
I'm
Freetown,
a school teacher. I not been get school.
I was a teacher. I had no school.
Yeah. I not been get school. So me pick then go to Muslim school. Then I joined the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
So I sent my kids to a Muslim school and I joined the Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints. So let me just be interpreting
I want
that.
to say a big thank you to Latter-day Saints members.
I want to say a big thank you to the members of the Latter-day Saints.
Yeah, because they helped me for bring up my Pekin the way they are today.
Because they helped me to bring up my children the way they are today.
The first one is a director now.
The first one is the now.
Petroleum.
The director of petroleum now.
The second one is working as an NGO. He's in Kailam. They are all finished university with honors.
Wow.
One from Frabe College with honors, the one from Jala University with honors.
I think she deserves a round of applause. I mean, you've done well.
The lady is a caterer. She's catering in Bo for one of the company.
So and the other child is a caterer. She's catering in Bo.
Yeah, let's go back to the drawing board. Let's take things we are doing. Our people, we are teaching us. Please.
Yes, thank you so
then
much.
Then we make Sierra Leone a better place for our children.
Thank you so much, ma'am. God bless you. Over to you, Phoebe.
Thank you so much.
Your chocolate,
let's hear
ma'am.
from you. Come. Mama, can I take your chocolates?
Yes, ma'am. Excuse me.
Okay, I'll give you the mic.
Yes.
Greetings, everyone. I am Fatmata Sharif, the president of the Kenema District Student Association, Frobe College. And I want to ask a question, but before that, I may want to lay the premise. There has been instances when children, precisely young girls, are being sexually assaulted and abused in the home, all in the name of family members. This person is my uncle, this person is my brother. You understand? So, because they have never been taught the differences between appropriate and inappropriate touches. So that is exactly one of the components that is captured in CSE, Comprehensive Sexuality Education, now known as CALS, in Sierra Leone.
Okay.
So this question is for Mr. and Mrs. Slater.
Okay.
How do we bridge the gap between your stance and the lived reality in this country regarding CSE? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, there are good elements in every program, and that would be a good element. The problem is when a program indoctrinates children to encourage them to experiment sexually, which most CSC programs do. If you go to that website, stopcsc.org, you can read them for yourselves and see the very careful flattery being used to empower children to feel okay about sexual experimentation. So nobody condones abuse, sexual abuse. That would be a very important element.
Yeah.
But these other elements are, we believe, completely inappropriate. And I think most parents across the world believe the same and are learning how to push back. Yeah. And Tanya Waite provided an alternative, which should incorporate the kind of things that you just mentioned. So there are alternative programs to CSE.
So let me just make it clear. We are the masters of ceremony. We're seeing all the hands. No need to stand and come in front. When it's your time, we're going to call you. Thank you very much. Yes.
Also, thank you. I think she spoke a lot of what has been in my mind. It was also in regards to the last speaker who questioned you, asked for us to answer. However, my name is Woki Dolo Kamara, and I am advocate for gender, and I also work in the office of the speaker as his gender and social inclusion specialist. So you will understand that most of our problems in our society today derives from children who has been affected, you know, children who has been abused, and at the end of the day, those trauma leads to public problems. You know, we are affected by problems we did not cause. I remember there was some case that I tried to intervene in my country. This girl was abused. I think she was like 11 years old.
Oh, goodness.
And I tried to intervene, but the parent, the mother, she's way tried to keep the story because she does not want this situation to escalate. So I think this social and civic education, children need to be taught. Mothers, you need to take serious accountability when it comes to these problems, because if our girls are vulnerable, I remember the last person before him who said he just came from the US and talked about children's role. I don't think that's sufficient because our orientation has provided more role for the girls, but that does not give a man the right to touch her inappropriately. As the boys are not being touched inappropriately, so the girls should also be protected. And I'm standing here today to encourage the mothers. I guess the people of Sierra Leone, they are doing so well. Yeah. And your women empowerment should also include the social responsibility, the civic education of asking your girl child, were you touched inappropriately? Did anyone snap you where they're wearing to snap you? You know, we should be able to have these conversation that is confidential. You know, it should not be so confidential, but it should boost the confidence of a girl child. So with the frequent conversation, a girl will be brave enough to tell a man, do not touch me. You know, now you go back
hands
to the slogan,
off our girls.
Hands off me. You know, it's inappropriate to touch me. So this is just my little contribution, and I'm just extremely overwhelmed and happy for these events that provide enlightenment for
Thank you.
parents and family to take precaution in sustaining a peaceful and very cordial society for our children and our family. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. A round of applause. So at this juncture, I will come for your chocolate, please. Oh, she already got one, but this is this one now. Yeah, I just want to say thank you so much for what you said. In the spirit of advocacy, in fact, if we realized in 2018 when His Excellency the President, retired Brigadier Julius Maada Bio, when he came into power, when the First Lady was given the responsibility to ensure that women and girls are empowered, she introduced the Hands of Our Girls campaign. And a lot of people said that the word Hands of Our Girls feels too harsh. But she said, that's exactly what I want. Because you have to understand, we should not be in a space in society wherein we're pretending like these things are not happening. Yeah. A lot of people gave her different notions, say, protect the girls initiative, move away from the girls. She was like, no, I want something that says, bam. And literally, I remember they said, someone did this in the meeting and she said, I want that, Hands of Our Girls. So in that, can we all just put our hands up like this? Can we all just put our hands up? Of course, I know Caleb is capturing this. Can we just put our hands up and collectively say, Hands of Our Girls? Say, Hands of Our Girls.
Hands of our girls.
And don't touch our boys.
And don't touch our boys.
Awesome. Yes, because, yes, speaking on behalf of the Hands of Our Girls Foundation that I'm a part of, I would actually tell you that our caption is, our girls, our pride, our boys, our allies. Because we're no longer leaving the boys and the men. Yeah. I tell young people this all the time, that half of the problem caused to women is half of the problem that women face are caused by men. So how about instead of solving problems, we start preventing them in society? So can we just say that one more time? Hands of our girls.
Hands of our girls.
And don't touch our boys.
And don't touch our boys.
Awesome. Awesome. So yes, I would love for us to get just one more. We have a paramount chief who is here, but before you come, ma'am, let's just have this response.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Family,
So
good afternoon. Me na Doris Fatima Weber. Me organization a Women's Advocacy and Agricultural Development Organization. Okay. For short, WADO na Waterloo. So the question where the lady asked is very important. Yeah. So for me, a lot of things when they happen at the homes, the pikin they're not able to speak out. Mm. One contributing factor, we not only allow them picking there for participate in the family discussion. When that's not the whole essence of this conference or dinner. In most homes, what you would only find out, when the picking and want for talk, when the
children want to talk,
the parents or guardians and they tell them, say, shut up.
The parents and the guardians would say, shut up.
Nobody not ask you.
No one is asking you.
And when you continue for shut up, you picking.
And when you continue to tell them to shut up,
that picking afraid for talk.
That child will be afraid to speak.
Can batting and go do on a street.
Regardless of what is done to them in the streets.
Can batting and do on at the home.
Regardless of what is done in the house.
They go afraid for talk.
The child will be afraid to speak.
We don't get cases of incest.
We've had several cases of incest that have emerged
now we rural communities.
In our rural communities.
When are the daddy and the poorly picking in our homes?
Where the dads were responsible.
When are the brother and the poorly picking in our homes?
The brothers were responsible for the sexual violence.
Happen, them picking they are afraid for talk.
But what would normally happen? The children would not talk.
Because they not don't allow them for speak out.
Because there's no freedom of speech in the house.
So we take them for me today.
So take it from me today.
Your girl picking for be your best buddy.
Your girl child should be your best friend.
Your boy picking for be your best buddy.
Your boy son should be your best friend.
Let we allow the picking them for participate.
Let's allow our children to participate in the house discussion.
Even when you wake in the morning.
Even when you wake up in the morning.
Not to alternate the panel for ask waiting for cook today.
It's not always you should be asking the husband what to cook today.
Turn to the picking them.
What about the children?
Say, wait till una want for eat
Turn to them and ask them, what do you want to eat today, darling?
Wait till una want we cook for this Christmas.
What do you want us to cook today?
Wait till una want we cook for this pray day.
What do you want us to cook for Christmas
so that
and
the
eat?
Picking them voice go be heard.
So that the voices of your children will be heard.
I want to say thank you to Blessing.
I want to say thank you to Blessing.
We were there at the closure yesterday.
We were at the closure yesterday.
For the Health Alert Project.
For the Health Alert Project
Hotel.
at the Brookfields Hotel.
And Blessing na an inspirator.
And Blessing is an inspirator.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And then one more final person and over to you, Phoebe. Can we just get the Paramount Chief? The Paramount Chief, Amy Kalon. Can we put our hands together?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kadi Singh.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, me, your name na PC Amy Tato Kalon TB II from Moyamba District, Kowa Chiefdom. I just want to contribute a little bit to the topic when I strengthening families. And if I want to talk, I want to bring back with memories down to the traditional aspects. I want for let we take tradition, bring and come back to our homes. Because the essence of tradition is the essence of good respect, good behavior, and a good nation. One, when we were born, for me, I have to take myself as a case study and relating it to the tradition where I am today. Family, mother and fathers, my own mother and my father, when I was born, when I was grown up, to the age that I have to serve my father. And when my father is ready, in the morning, first of all, I have to get up before my parents. My parents do not wake me up from bed. I think this is one of the aspects of the traditions that we've started and forgotten as parents. We have to train our children, first of all, to wake up before us, to sweep, to do their daily based activities in the home. And when I'm serving my father or my mother food to eat, I have to take the stool. Before those days, we don't have a dining table. Our parents have the small stool that you put before them. You bring the food, you bring the towel, you bring the water, you bring the plate and the spoon, and you put it before them. And then you have to take a back seat to go somewhere and sit to wait for your father's call. When he finish eating, he will call me Tato, and I will answer. And I will come and take up the plates, clear the place, and then go about my own business. But these days, it's hard for us to see children serving their parents at home. And in fact, some of the parents do not teach their children how to serve them in the home. A respect of greeting in the home in the traditional way. In the morning, children have to come and say, Papa, good morning. Mama, good morning. Today, that culture no more exists in the home. For us as Latter-day Saints, we have principles in which we should grow up our children and make them participate, just like what my sister was saying.
Yes.
We have the family home evening. In our culture as Latter-day Saints, every Monday, in the evenings, family comes together with their children, participates in all activities of spiritual aspects and both and moral aspects. Therein, we teach our children the gospel. The children also teach us the gospel. We give them the opportunity to speak what is affecting them and what is not affecting them. I think this is the culture that we have in Latter-day Saints. And I think Sierra Leone also.
Thank you.
If we can come back and institute the traditional aspects in the homes with respect. Teach your children to call their elderly people with respect, names with respect. For instance, the junior one can call the senior one sister, auntie.
And ladies and gentlemen, that is Paramount Chief Amy
That is what
Kalon.
will make us to build a very better
so much.
family and strengthen the family.
Thank you so
very
much. Thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen.
I'm having a good time.
Madam Paramount Chief, please.
I really am having a good time. I've heard
Now
like...
let's see who she's going to choose. Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
I've had like, you know, like 4 and counting Mind your business. Mind your business. Thank you. Mind your business.
Phoebe, you and food. Oh, goodness.
Mind your business. Thank you.
But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, and now is the time for us to show the success, the timeline video. And of course, it's going to be a short video, but I think it's important for you to see the work of the Strengthening Families Conference across the borders in other countries, what it means, what it stands for, and what we've done so far. Enjoy.
Welcome to the Strengthening Families Conference, a legacy of empowerment and unity. A vision born in the heart of Africa, now impacting thousands across nations. Our journey began in June 2019 in Ghana. Spearheaded by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints Africa West area, the conference established the family as the cornerstone of community development. When the world paused, the mission continued. In 2020, the conference pivoted online, proving that even through crisis, families could unite and grow. In 2021, the conference expanded its reach across 47 stake centers, connecting voices from Ghana, Nigeria, and beyond. 2022 marked a milestone. With over 45,000 participants in person and online, the Strengthening Families Conference echoed across West Africa, igniting a wave of hope and transformation in thousands of homes. In 2023, Abuja, Nigeria hosted the 5th edition, themed Strengthening Marriages. This year introduced the crowning moment of the conference, the Family Values Awards, honoring civil, religious, and community leaders who have upheld the sanctity of family in profound ways. In 2024, Strengthening Families Conference arrived in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, the first French-speaking host nation, with theme Empowering Women, Safeguarding Children. Thousands gathered in person and virtually to promote the dignity of women and the protection of our youngest generation. Now in 2025, we arrive in the beautiful city of Freetown, Sierra Leone. This year's conference was held in collaboration with the Office of the First Lady of Sierra Leone, a testament to the power of unity between the church, government, and community. Under the theme, Building Stronger Families Within Communities Through Women Empowerment and Child Protection, the Strengthening Families Conference 2025 brings together global voices, civic leaders, and faith-based organizations with one purpose: to build safe, resilient communities through stronger families. From one country to another, the message remains the same. Families are divine. Families are foundational. Families are the future. Join us on 26th to 27th June 2025 at the Bintumani Conference Center in Freetown, Sierra Leone.
Gentlemen, once again, welcome to the Strengthening Families Conference. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we've had a wonderful run so far for today. But, Mama Phoebe?
This is a part that is necessary, but I wasn't looking forward to it. When you to know what it is, you would understand why I wasn't looking forward to it. So it does rotate, doesn't it? The Strengthening Families Conference. This is the first time that Sierra Leone has played host to the Strengthening Families Conference. And I think Ghana is the only country that has played host twice.
Yes.
Since Ghana played host twice, it's been rotational. Sierra Leone is host for this year. But who is Sierra Leone passing that baton to? Which country would be hosting next? The transition. Let's find out from the video.
Do you believe? Let's see.
From every corner of Liberia, the call rings clear. Families are the heartbeat of our future.
The strength of our nation lies in the strength of our families. Liberia invites you to SFC 2026, a celebration of love, learning, and unity. Let us walk this journey together. Families are sacred.
Whether you are a parent, a leader, or a seeker, SFC 2026 is for you.
Join us in Morovia
as we build bridges across faiths, cultures, and generations.
The realities we face, from poverty to child safety, can only be addressed when families are supported. This is not just a conference, it is a movement.
Our children's future depends on what we build today. At SFC, we are building homes of learning, love, and safety. Liberia is proud to lead the way.
Africa has embraced the vision. Now it's Liberia's turn to host the 7th edition of Strengthening Families Conference.
That you're getting one, and are you getting in next year? Take it, yeah? You're more take it. Take it, next year, take it.
Yes, and the baton is yours, Liberia. So next year, see you there on the 19th and the 20th of June 2026.
I just feel so sorry for all of you in advance who would be there because you would not be able to enjoy good cassava leaves. Sierra Leone is the only country you would get good cassava leaves. But if you can't enjoy the cassava leaves, settle for tobogi. That's my favorite.
You're going to settle for tobogi next year in Liberia. And now, ladies and gentlemen, of course, for the transition ceremony, and that is Liberia to take the lead in this, we would like to invite on stage His Excellency Bob Sharif, Ambassador of Liberia to Sierra Leone.
Unfortunately, Ambassador Bob Sharif isn't here yet. We still have the boss lady ambassador steering the ship until he gets here during that transition. Yes. So we're still leaving it in the capable hands of the madam herself.
Madam herself, do you mind coming on stage, please? Thank you so much. And of course, this person is Area 70, the head Liberia, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. We'd like to call on Elder Prince Sonpon Nyafo.
And let us also welcome Salome Weir, National Communications Director in Liberia, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Thank you so much. Looking very lovely, Madam Ambassador. Doesn't she look lovely? She looks
She's the current Liberian ambassador in the country. Please learn to cook cassava leaves from here so you can teach your people. I'm scared.
I've been waiting for this opportunity. I have also decided that we're going to have a competition. Yes. All of us here will be part of the judging category to see whether it's Liberia or Sierra Leone when it comes to the cassava leaf. And I can tell you, I am a member of the Chef Association of Liberia. Ooh. I will be in my uniform, or for that matter, my regalia. And you will be eating my cassava leaf. Phoebe, where are you? Say your own.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so leading the ceremony, we would like to call on a very special person. By the way, you know, I am so happy for how this man, God has used this man and how God has groomed this man. This is actually a person who, you don't just see him here today, he actually formed parts of the people that mentored my life. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, can we put our hands together for Elder Kenneth Pambu? And I see with him Sister Valerie. Thank you so much for coming up stage. Thank you for having things under control. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Kadi Singh. Sister Young, what do you think at this time?
I am speechless and just thanking Heavenly Father for a spectacular conference. And there's not much more to say, but thank God and thank all of you for making it possible for us to be here and to enjoy and get all the knowledge that we gained today. So I can just keep on saying thank you. Thank you, Elder Pambo. And also, before I stop, I have to say thank you to the whole team that made this possible, because you can't do it alone. We couldn't do it alone. So we have to say thank you to every single member that made this possible today for us to be able to take over.
We are so happy that we've come to a successful conclusion of this conference. Thank you, everyone, for participating. Kadison. At this time, we are honored to give this responsibility of hosting the next Strengthening Family Conference to our brothers and sisters of Liberia. Sister Salome, please receive this.
Yes, can we, thank you so much. Can you just hold that once again, ma'am, so that we can have some pictures whilst you're, yes.
And you need to pass this on to,
of course,
to the host. First, they're passing it over to the government.
And I love that.
Then to the elder.
I love that
The
trend.
government is going to turn it over to the elder.
That is a good trend. Thank you.
Photographers. And we move. Thank you so much. Yes, and then this.
Can only be addressed.
Thank you so
when
much.
Families are supported. This is not
To
just a
the
conference,
entire
it is a movement.
Authority of the Latter-day Saints, we
We
want to assure you that the government of Liberia, our leadership, our government, and the good people of Liberia have received this gesture, and we are ready to receive you in this regard. Thank you.
Now it's
Liberia is ready to receive this. Thank you so much.
Of strengthening families.
And since you're all here on stage, yes, photographers.
As you can see, Liberia.
Come on, put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen.
Congratulations, Liberia. Next year, your host. Take it away.
My people, I'm not stranger to this country. I came here during the 90s. The gospel, I was part of the 8 that brought the gospel to Sierra Leone, Freetown. There is a movie they call Freetown.
From every corner
watch
of
that
Liberia, the call
you would
rings
know
clear.
that
Families
at
are
a
the
Nyamford.
heartbeat of our
It's
future.
part of that movie. I have most of my converts sitting there.
Of our family.
I'm so grateful to be home.
invites you to
This is my
SFC
home. And I'm going back.
2026.
You know, I'm a
celebration
crewman.
of love, learning,
I have my family as Kinton.
Let us walk this journey together.
Kinton, Brookfield. This is my place.
Families are sacred.
So we are
Whether
so
you're
grateful
a parent, a leader,
to be part of the
or a
conference.
seeker,
We're going home
SFC
to make it
2026
better.
is for you.
We will raise the bar.
In
We
Monrovia.
will improve.
As we
We
build
will do
bridges
better.
across
We will learn from you.
cultures and generations.
We are so grateful to be part of the conference. But we work along with our
realities we
dear
face, from
leadership, which
poverty
is the
to child
president
safety,
and the first lady
can
of our
only be
country.
addressed when
Because
families
this is
are
a
supported.
national
This is
you
not
know,
just a conference, it is a movement.
program. Thank
Our
you so much.
children's
Thank you
future
so much.
depends on what we build today. At SFC, we are building homes
I
of
think we
learning,
foresee this in Creole,
love,
right,
and
Sister Young?
safety.
We want to
Liberia
tell
is
everybody
proud to
thank
lead
you
the way.
for attending this conference.
Africa
this
has
conference,
embraced the
my
vision.
very successful
Now
conference,
it's Liberia's
and we'll
turn
go
to
back
host
home
the 7th
and go
edition
practice
of
everything we don't learn
Strengthening Families
and teach you
Conference.
picking them and we mama them. And even the pardon. What do you think?
I think it's not true that. Yes, so we'll just tell you now, thank you one more time from Sierra Leone. Nigeria, Liberia, our people, I don't know how to do the Liberian, no, but we're going to be happy to visit you and pass on any information that we have that will help you to make yours more of a success.
Thank you, everyone. We're grateful.
Thank you. So before you leave, can you all just stand for a photo op? Can we just get the photographers to take? This is a very historic moment, and we want to ensure that this is cremated.
Families
Yes.
are the heartbeat of
Yeah, so the photographer's there, exactly. So in 3, 2, 1, can we all together say strengthening families?
Of our families.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much.
I'm sure Cadison actually meant those taking the pictures, but okay.
Baby.
Learning and unity.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Let us walk this through together.
Our work is almost done.
our work is almost done.
We've come to the end. It's been quite a beautiful 2 days, learning a lot. Different perspectives, suggestions here and there about what we can do to continue to strengthen families. Please don't forget what you've gathered from here. Let's implement the new ideas we gathered from the 2 days. When you go back home, implement in your family and in your community.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we close the program, we would like to say thank you on behalf of the organizers of this initiative. That is the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and of course in partnership with the Office of the First Lady. At this juncture, I would also like to recognize a few other brands, actually. We'd like to recognize Save the Children.
There's Lena's Bakery.
Church History Department.
There's Family Search.
We'd like to recognize Mimanji.
Mimanu Couture.
Yes.
There is Seminary, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and the Institute, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Yes, we'd like to recognize Bread Avenue, Chicken Town, Sherry and More, Susie Chill Coconut Oils.
Would also like to recognize Avon Nick's Events. Would like to recognize Young Single Adults, Cowbell, and also Capital Foods.
Capital Food. We'd like to also recognize Go Higher, Go HRE. We'd like to recognize Save Way, SW. We'd like to also recognize the Trying Christian Initiative.
Engage Now Africa, Okosu, Solidaridad, Family Watch International, Madam Woki.
And Madam Woki. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, we'd like to invite the interfaith leaders that are here, that is imams, pastors, individuals, to come on stage to do the final closing prayer, and then let's call it a day.
It has been a beautiful 2 days of strengthening families.
Yes.
Let's seal it with the interfaith prayer.
Can we please have a representative from the church? And of course, we have one representative from the mosque, so that we'll do interfaith prayers and close this day.
This is a very important part of the program.
Yes.
We started with an opening prayer. Please, let's close it with a prayer. Can we have the representatives for the interfaith prayer?
And so we had a representative, I believe, from the church. Wonderful. We'd like to have one representative from the mosques. I believe we have leaders here. We should have a sheikh or an imam in the building. Over to you, sir.
All right. I want us to please stand as we pray and close this meeting. It has been awesome. It has been wonderful for the past 2 days. We've learned a lot. So we want to appreciate God for a successful program. Father, in the name of Jesus, we thank you for this day. Thank you for these past 2 days. Thank you, God, for all our speakers. Thank you, God, for the First Ladies and all the other dignitaries that represent various institutions during this program. We thank you for the organizers. Thank you, God, for provision. We thank you for everything, Lord, that you have done. We are grateful. Thank you, our Father. In Jesus' name we pray. Can we all say the Lord's Prayer together? Our Father, who art in heaven, Hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is thy kingdom, thy power, and thy glory forever. Amen. God bless you. I'm Reverend Sir Samuel Sam.
Thank you so much, Reverend. God bless you. And of course, we'd like to have one representative from Islam. Do we have any? One representative, please, from the Islam religion. One representative. Well, then, if that's that.
Okay, it's Friday. They've probably gone to the mosque.
They've gone to the mosque today, exactly. So, okay, so that being the case, ladies and gentlemen, this is where we bring the curtains down for the Strengthening Families Conference 2025 in Sierra Leone. Of course, my name has been Kadis Ndawai, your host, and my amazing, awesome, fantastic, beautiful host is
Fabian Swiel. Have a lovely day and safe journey back to your various destinations. If there's anything you would remember, if you forget everything at all, remember I'll forget Pancreo,
Kushe, and
remember
Cabo.
Kushe.
God bless you and see you in Liberia.
Bye.